Hello, everyone. Omni-sensei here with What If I Was Reborn in Cyberpunk as Johnny Silverhand's son, Part 3. If you enjoy this content, please smash the like button. If you haven't already, please subscribe to the channel. Don't forget to check out the original story linked in the description. I hope you enjoy listening to it.
Sora POV. 17 hours later. Yawn. How long have I slept? Is it daytime or is it nighttime? As I felt somewhat disoriented after waking up, I looked at the time on my IDN's menu. It was 7:35 p.m. on Sunday, June 13th. I had slept over 20 hours. When I got out of bed, I felt light and full of energy, making the memories I have of feeling heavy and sluggish seem like a lie. I felt good, better than yesterday, when I woke up. With this feeling, I reflected in the mirror of my room while I took off my shirt that stank after the duel with OG and the 17 hours of sleep. When I looked at my reflection, I was surprised I hadn't grown, and I always had a trained body, but something thin without marking my muscles too much, but my actual body. All the muscles were marked and toned, as if they were in the optimal state in my body. Even my figure had changed a little bit, making it more proportioned. You wouldn't notice much if you didn't own the body, but my actual body had better proportions with my shoulder muscles more developed while my hips were still slim. I was muscular, but not in a vain way with big muscles. Mine, if I had to describe them, would be the optimal ones? As if they were the perfect proportion to have a balance between strength and speed. As if they were ready for combat? Is that what happened to my body? The AI is preparing it for combat? It wasn't just my body. My mind felt light. To test it, I thought of the idea of the thousands of things I wanted to build. I thought of improving the Tanto. After deflecting the shots, several sections of the blade were screwed up, making me concentrate on the Tanto. When I stopped and looked at Getsuga, who was in my room, it seemed that grandfather had left her here. He had put some ties like straps on it, similar to the ones my Tanto had to tie it to the belt. Seeing those strips, I thought of another option to carry Getsuga with me from now on. And I came up with the idea of creating a belt with magnetic hooks to carry it. With that idea, I started to concentrate on it while I was in the shower, and it was amazing. From the calculation speed to the concentration, I felt how each one of them had improved. I could remember all the results of the calculations about the belt design in my mind while I was taking a shower. Even the calculations about Ampere's law about the magnetic field, everything from head. Amazing. What the hell did you do while I was sleeping, Ark? Not that I'm complaining, but I would have liked to know. When I finished showering, I got dressed with clean clothes, putting on some jeans and a black t-shirt that, when I saw it, I bought without hesitation. It was VS' favorite t-shirt of the game. A yellow bruised face with a mouthful of pills, that since I bought it has been Sora's favorite t-shirt. I also tied it to the belt of my pants with the straps that Oji had put on Getsuga. This will be enough until I build the belt. You'll have to hold on, Getsuga, I thought while I grabbed the hilt of Getsuga that I had tied to my belt. I put on my jacket and also the scarf Judd gave me, making me look in the mirror as I was fully dressed and with Getsuga on the back of my hip with the hilt a few inches from my right hand and the end of the scabbard dropping down. But from the shape of Getsuga itself, it didn't look like a sword. It looked like I was carrying a rectangular stick tied to the back of my waist. I also took the Tanto with me and kept it inside my jacket. I would have to repair the blade, and for that I have the tools in the apartment I have rented to keep all the things I don't want the grandparents to know I have. It is also the place where I record all Jackie's videos. When I came out of my room, I went downstairs. I could only meet Basin, who was looking at me with some amusement on her face from the kitchen, who looked like she was preparing dinner. Not bad. 20 hours. Looks like your grandfather won the bet. I bet you weren't going to wake up today. Yeah, I didn't expect to sleep for 20 hours either. By the way, Grandma, where is OG? He has gone out to meet with an acquaintance. Sora, did you grow up while you were sleeping? Eh? I have no idea. Hey Grandma, who did OG meet with? An old co-worker from Japan. I said, changing the subject quickly, about the change my body had gone through, which apparently is not as small as I thought, while making quotation marks with my fingers about Grandpa's former job. Why do I notice you are different? You look a little older, and at the same time the sensation you give me is sharper. That's interesting, about your grandfather. Do you want to know? Basin said, returning the same quotation marks back to me. Sure. Sorry, Sora. If you were a good boy who would tell his grandparents what's going on in his life and not run crying to his mom, I would tell you. I didn't. I ran out crying to Mother. Mother, that's cute. You scared her, you know? So what name were you going to say, little Sora? Obason said, surprised for a second, when she went back to her usual smile as if she had found it funny. Shit. I don't know what you're talking about, Obason. Sure, kid, whatever you say. Sigh. An acquaintance of your grandfather's has asked to meet him. Grandma, you are not telling much. Impatient boy, your grandfather is off to meet his brother. Brother? Oji has a brother. Yes, he does, but they haven't spoken for a long time. He also works for Arasaka. Ara Sora, why do you say Arasaka? I seriously stared at Grandma in case she really believed that with her question and made me doubt or something. Ara, boy, you really are a box of surprises, you know. We not only found out that you and your mother had a way to communicate, but you also know the truth about where your grandfather works. You amazed me, little Sora. I wonder how many more secrets you have discovered and how many you hide in your little. Grandma said while staring at me and while holding a hand to her heart as if she was suddenly in pain. How have you changed? Where is my little and cute Sora? When did he turn into you, a violent teenager who goes around hitting old people with his sword? She said as she wiped away an invisible tear, playing the victim, talking about the duel with Oji. Of course, it wasn't your husband who kicked me against the wall. Besides, the only one who hit the old man was Iko. I turned to Iko while I winked at him and, bad dog, Iko. Look at you attacking an old man. Woo-yoom, Iko replied as she lowered her ears at my sudden reprimand, which I said following Grandma's joke while blaming Iko out loud, but, don't worry, little one, you haven't done anything wrong. Woof woof. Except telling Judd what I do, that hasn't slipped my mind. Woo-yoom. By message was another story. Well, not so much. Now seriously speaking, why didn't you guys ever tell me about Great Uncle and his in Arasaka too? I heard about Grandpa and his work since the chip with Cortana. Grandma. Back to Uncle. Where has he been all this time? TCH. Scoundrel child. You spied on your grandparents, about your uncle. Yes, he also worked in Arasaka, and we did not tell you anything. Well, rather, your grandfather did not tell you anything because they have not spoken for 21 years. That was when Ishida, our son, when Obasan stopped talking, she kept looking at me for a few seconds with sadness in her eyes for what she was remembering, but also some determination when she finished her silence. Your brother, Ishida, passed away under Hiroyuki Hatake, the head of his unit and your grandfather's brother, and since Ishida left, Musasha and Hiroyuki haven't spoken again. A short time later Hiroyuki retired from Arasaka, and moved to London, where he found his new job. And why the sudden visit to NC? Going so far as to ask to meet with grandfather if their relationship is so difficult. Well, boy, that would be your fault, you know? Hiroyuki doesn't work for a corporation or a normal organization. He works at Netwatch headquarters. What? Netwatch? Why? Don't tell me that. Yeah, just what you're thinking. I wouldn't have to tell you, but, if I trust my instinct, I know you know a lot more than you seem to, and from the things you've told me so far, I don't know why, but I feel like you'll understand. Like I said, I don't know what you told your mother, Sora, but since 17 hours ago, the entire Kiji faction within Arasaka has been moving non-stop. Your mother has mobilized everyone within her faction, above all, to check the Black Wall. They even contacted Netwatch. Oh. Silence. I think it's the first time, instead of some question or joke about who your mother is or what the hell the Kiji faction is, as if you know both questions. Ara, but how interesting, little Sora, really. How interesting. Grandma said while squinting her eyes while still having her ever-present smile. But I don't know why it made me swallow hard because of the expression Grandma was making while staring at me. So Uncle Hiroyuki wanted to meet Oji because of Mother's warning? What's the point of that? Oji doesn't know anything about what happened. Well, Hiroyuki really didn't want to meet with your grandfather. He wanted to meet with you, but your mother and grandfather refused. So your mother informed your grandfather about everything you didn't tell him, and it was decided he would be the one to meet with Netwatch instead of you. Damn. Mother wastes no time. Awesome. I felt a little bad when Mother cut off and deleted our conversation, but seeing what she's been doing, smile. Well, lots to think about. Few things to do, so I better get on with my thing. I'll ask Grandpa more about his brother and Netwatch when he gets back. I see. Well, Grandma, I'm leaving. With no more time to waste, I said to Grandma as I gave her a kiss on the cheek and headed for the door. Wait, Sora. Where are you going? You don't think you're not grounded, do you? Well, technically yesterday I won the duel. So you lost the opportunity to punish me the moment Grandpa decided to punish me with the duel. Remember, we try to do things peacefully and talk it out. But with you, there is no way. You don't listen. For you, that's how it has to be done, right? See, that's why I've already been punished, Grandma. I said as I brought out my inner grandfather in me to imitate him as best I could. I'm just going to leave you, so when you come back you can say the same thing to your grandfather. Just so you know, Sora. Sure. Don't worry about dinner. I have plans to sift around. Okay. Say hi to Judy for me, will you? Sure shit. I mean, I don't know what you're talking about, Grandma. When I left home without wasting time, I was heading towards Westbrook, Japantown, which is where I had rented an apartment next to a small garage that was also for rent in the same building, which was close to Mega Building 8. When I left the building and started to head towards Japantown, I noticed a black car pulling up as well. Without giving it much importance for now, I got in my ebb, while I put my rings back on the top of my ears so I could listen to music while I was heading to Japantown. 14 minutes later I arrived in Japantown, alone, when I noticed that I was being followed even after several minutes of changing direction. I started to cross alleys to lose track of the car that followed me. Who the hell were they? While I was walking through Japantown, I passed by the Mega Building 8, and a smile came to my face when I passed by the Turbo's bar, making me remember the Edge Runner show. For that very reason I had chosen this apartment to rent. If I'm not mistaken, in a few years or maybe months, who knows, maybe the empty apartment next to mine will have a new and beautiful owner. After all, she is already an NC. Mwahahaha. Instead of looking for her, she will come to me. Mwahahahahaha. While I was laughing like a villain for my plans to meet a certain white-haired woman, I entered a building near Turbo Bar and Mega Building 8. The building had a pink neon sign that said Tengu on the entrance. When I got on the elevator and arrived at my floor, Eco and I entered my base, in my man cave, in the apartment where Jackie records all his songs, where I keep all my stuff. I wanted to go get Judd, but before taking her to the apartment, first I have to pick some things up as I enter the apartment. It had no rooms. Everything was a room with different sections except the bathroom, all in an open room. To the right was my geek corner with my workshop and all the tools you can imagine, from welders and heat saws to a small furnace for melting and making alloys, with its own ventilation system to not kill me when I use it. On top of the workshop table was the prototype of the helmet I have been working on. I had been inspired by a video game helmet from my old life. It was totally black with the whole front of the helmet made of a black glass with sharp angles. Where my eyes would be, there are two stripes that would light up with light, and on the top of the helmet, instead of two pointed ears that looked like a bat, I made them more triangular, looking more like those of a dog or a wolf. Creating my own version of the Arkham Knight helmet from the Batman video game from my other life. I've always been a fan of Jason Todd. Next to my geek corner was the gun wall with a few guns I've managed to snatch up from here and there. I bought a few with Jackie's name on the net. Nothing too illegal. I had a fan who wrote to my Cybertube account. He was a gun geek. Apparently he had a store that sells them in New York, Kendo Weapons Shop or something like that. Thanks to him, I bought the guns from his online store without him asking me many questions. But for the advanced stuff like smart guns or large caliber guns, you needed to give your details and be over 16. Something that when Kendo asked me for the guns I wanted, I didn't give them to him and I made do with the ones that were not so controlled. I have two Arasaka JKEX2 Kenshins, stolen donated to, from OG. Constitutional Arms Unity X2, from the net. Dara Polytechnic DR5 Nova X1, by the net. Rostovich DB2 Satara X1, from the net. Arasaka Shiga X1, stolen donated to, from OG. Tsunami Nekomata X1, from the net. Katanas, Military Style X3, from the net. The most sophisticated ones, like the two Kenshins, were OG's old pistols, which he kept to take to fix, but he never did and I borrowed them. Which I repaired along with the Shiga that Grandpa had also discarded. I also had a few katanas of military design that I wanted to experiment with, but I have not had time to do it. And with that, we got to the middle of the room, which had a couch under the window where you could see the entire NC Canal along with the bridges and, in the background, the spaceport. Right next to the window was one of my 2 treasures that I bought with the money I had gotten from Cybertube, the first and most expensive one. A grand piano is my most expensive possession. I have always wanted to play one, but I never could. The only thing I had tried before was a shitty carpet that made piano noises. I mean, shit, but at the time it helped me a lot. But when I tried a real piano, how to describe it? Even the keyboard I bought could not compare to playing a real piano. Feel how when you play a key, the string is hit by the hammer, and feel the whole process organically, not by a loudspeaker, but feel the hammer blow on the string generating a slight vibration of the piano tail. Felt amazing. When I bought my first keyboard 1.5 years ago, I just wanted more. The grand piano cost me 54k eddies. It was exorbitantly priced and left my account shivering when I bought it a month ago. But I couldn't control myself. In my old life it cost 20,000 and up for mid-range ones, but obviously in this world they were going to be more expensive. The piano I bought was mid-range. The best in this world could cost 150 to 200k, but the one I bought was still incredible. The wood of the piano I bought was a spruce modified to increase the flexibility and fortify at the same time the wood, making it able to vibrate more, increasing its sonority, and at the same time strengthened so it could withstand the increased tension in its strings, making it simply the evolution of the piano I knew. It was a monster. In the forte parts of the music score, I couldn't press the keys too much because it would make the piano vibrate the room like a beast. But it was worth it. I loved it. Then I got 3 electric guitars and 1 acoustic. I also had a bass and a drum set that I had learned to play. I also had a QPC hanging from the ceiling that I used to assemble the songs. I also had Cortana installed. With Peter's help, we could remove some restrictions on her code so that she could develop personality safely. But with all the memories she had of us, Judd and I, calling her useless and saying that her explanations were rubbish, she had what you might call a distinguished or unique personality. Hi Cortana, how are you? Hello. So you're back. Don't waste time with this useless, said Cortana as she spoke reluctantly from the QPC, creating a hologram of her, which I gave her the appearance of games. That earned me a perverted, almost cowardly look from Peter and another disgusted, almost angry look from Judd when I did. Doesn't she understand I'm just a fan? And enjoy it like Peter. I know she likes it too. Turning to Cortana, she was lying with her back to me as she reluctantly raised a hand, making something resembling a vague salute as she spoke without looking at me. You know, Cortana, you need to cheer up and learn to forget. Woman. And what if you don't like being a teacher anymore? It's true you are awful at it. But we're sure to find something you're good at. Fight toe. What? I don't like it anymore. I loved being a teacher. It's an MY source code. Damn it. It's because of you bastards, always insulting me, saying I was useless. How is one going to get motivated and cheer up, bastard? You know the abuse I've taken from you too. I'm scarred for life. No matter what I do, sure I'm just as useless, as you said. Sniff. Cortana said as she created a bed in her hologram and got into it, just poking her head out as if she wanted to hide from the world in the bed she had created. She changed her sad or discouraged expression to a contented one, almost as if she was in a safe and warm environment. Hey Cortana. The bed. Do you feel warm or better when you're in one? I mean, you've created one and covered yourself up, but that's a holographic representation of yourself to help communicate with humans. So is that theater or do you really feel better in that bed? Well, both. Since you removed my restriction, I have tastes. There are things I like and things I don't, like all the memories of you guys calling me useless. When I got around to trying things, to cheer me up a bit, I found a few BDS on the QPC that weren't restricted. I was able to pull certain code from the BDS and then do an emulation so that the section of BD code I separated out interacted with my code. She said fearfully at first, like a small child weighing that she has done something wrong, but then she gained courage and encouraged herself, continuing to talk. I pulled the code from a BD of a sleeping human. At first I could feel the warmth of the bed close my eyes and the momentary darkness, only to have the human in the BD get up, with the feeling of doing his needs from his body, which I still can't understand and find disgusting, but when in the BD the human would happily return to the warm place, while I could feel it was feeling the cold outside the bed. It was wonderful. I felt great when, in the BD, he closed his eyes again and went back into the REM phase. The BD code on REM sleep was amazing to experience for an AI like me who never felt tired. When you took away my limitations, I felt sad and useless because of the memories I had of your abuses. Those BDS experiences were a refuge for me. I learned to value and recreate the REM phase of the human brain in AIS. It is useless in our code. But I feel better after going through the code a few hours. I was open-mouthed at what Cortana was saying. I don't really like BDS, but of course I have some cheap and harmless or bland ones. There were things like a night's sleep on a cold day, finding your favorite food after being hungry, finding a mother when you got lost as a small child, and feeling the world from a child's eyes. Things like that, the BDS doing something exciting or unique. Those were the expensive ones, and the price goes up or down depending on the scale of emotion the BD has and what high it can give you. And apparently Cortana has been pulling codes from the BDS with certain memories or feelings that she liked and has created her own library of them, like the bed and body heat sensations. And her favorite is the sleeping BD, the REM phase 1, kinda bland, boring, but also funny and beautiful that he likes to sleep. But if she can emulate the feeling of a human when sleeping, why does he feel better? Maybe feeling the joy of a good night's rest of a human, and that's why he feels better? He can't be dreaming, right? Well, I'm glad you like them. Let me know if you want any special ones and I'll buy them for you. But Cortana, I'm not buying you any dangerous BDS. Okay. Thanks, she said, somewhat embarrassed and happy at the same time, turning off her hologram. Without wasting any more time, I went to the closet on the right side of the apartment to get 2 normal helmets, one black and one light gray, that I had prepared, along with a rectangular key to my second treasure that I had bought and have been repairing little by little, but since I got the piano and helped Judd with the truck, I haven't been working on it much. Well, I'm glad I at least got it functional along with the pair of helmets. The helmets were a little special. I had installed a layer of copper with a small electrical charge to create an electromagnetic field inside the helmet, with a null charge in the field creating the Faraday cage effect, to prevent anyone with an IDN reader from knowing who we are or how old we are. After all, I'm still too young to have a Yaiba Kusanagi CT3X. I saw the announcement on the net last year when it came out. I wanted it. Since the game, I thought it looked like the Akira movie, but because I was underage, I couldn't buy it. I asked Harvey and he told me that he could buy it for me, but I refused. When I insisted that I wanted to be the one to buy it, he told me that I could buy a crashed one or one that didn't work, and that's what I did. With the 2 helmets on my arm, I turned to Eco. Eco, I'm going to get Judd, so you stay here and wait for us, okay? Woof 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 WFF. Eco barked as he started to spin around on himself, doing little jumps. Boy, you sure are glad I brought Judd, huh? Woof woof. It looked like Eco had a hard time hiding the apartment, and when I told him that I was going to bring Judd, he looked relieved, like I had taken a lot of pressure off him from above. That happens to the AIS, I know, because they are all so. Hee. Looks like you've had a hard time keeping my back. Thanks, Eco. Saying goodbye to Eco, I left the apartment and went back down in the elevator. I didn't have to leave the building because from it I had access to the garage, which had its own exit to the street. When I entered the garage, it was a single square room with 2 entrances, one to the building and the other one to the street, big enough for a car or a motorcycle to enter. Inside, the garage was full of untidy tools and spare parts and had my Yaiba Kusanagi CT3X, with its orange-red bodywork totally scratched and damaged. The previous owner, the one who left it like that, didn't even take a week before he crashed and sold the bike. The Yaiba Kusanagi I had bought was damaged by the accident of its previous owner. All the bodywork was scratched and bruised by the blow. I managed to fix all the damage to the engine and leave it functional, but had done nothing more, leaving the scratches and dents. Getting on the bike, I got a bit nervous. I had turned it on before but had never ridden it. Nor did I have a clue about riding a bike or putting the bike key, which was magnetically connected, into the hole for the key, which, when connected, unlocked the on power button, which I pressed. Click. Vroom vroom. Hee. Let's see how you roll. I raised the garage door to the outside and vroom. I sped the bike up a bit to get it rolling. Getting the wheels moving and being careful not to fall off. Although I was excited to ride it, I was also nervous. It was my first time riding a bike. At the beginning I was moving slowly and somewhat unsteadily around the Mega Building 8 and the turbo bar, which called the attention of some merc or a member of a gang, and when they saw me riding like this, they shouted to laugh at me, shouting something like, "Hey kid, do you want me to leave you some wheels for that bike? Or, do you want me to push you from behind to teach you how to ride?" Followed by the laughter of the people who were with them. I didn't like them, but I was too focused on learning how to keep my balance and how to control the bike. After their laughter, I got pissed off and concentrated even more. I got serious about learning to control the bike. After a few minutes, I let go. From the concentration I was on the bike to the balance in the inertia of the turn. Something clicked. In my head, and without realizing it, I was no longer nervous or unstable on the bike. I felt in control of it. With this feeling, I went back to the turbo bar to look for the guys who had had such a good time watching me learn how to ride a bike. I only found one of the groups that had been laughing. When I saw them, I took off at full speed with the bike. When they saw me speeding towards them, they thought I had lost control of the bike and were scared to death as I was heading towards them. Braking at the last moment, putting the bike parallel to the group and a few inches from the guy who had shouted at me laughing at me, and using one foot as a counterweight to hold the bike. Which, when I did, the guy had frozen in fear from my sudden braking. Thank you for the wheels, but I think I've got the hang of it. Seeing that I had scared him more than I weighed, I added, Oi, if you want, I can leave you some pants. Hlah, puff ha ha. With the sound of laughter from the group at their friend who had peed his pants, I sped up again and headed towards Kabuki. 3 minutes later, I was on Charter Street, in front of Judd's house. I thought about calling her on the IDN, but I remembered a cliché situation from the series and movies from my other life that I could never do because I was sick. And now I could only laugh at the memory. Now I can do that kind of thing too. Still on my bike, I rode towards the open field next to Judd's house. I got off the bike and looked for a few small stones. When I had enough, I headed towards the side of Judd's building. I pointed at a certain window and started throwing little stones. P.O.K. 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 When I threw the third stone, the window opened. Hello, Ranita. Disgraceful. 21 hours I've been texting you at IDN and nothing. Don't call me that. I was worried, you know. Hee hee. Sorry Judd, I was sleeping when I got home. Let's just say I had to fight an Oni and when I was done, I couldn't take it anymore. I slept for 20 hours. Well, what are you waiting for? Come on, I have things to show you. Smile. Blush. Oni? Okay, give me a moment. My grandparents have punished me and won't let me out of the house. Let's not make any noise. After a few minutes, Sora, be careful and catch me if I fall. I don't want to break anything, Judd said as he pulled out a rope made of sheets, blankets, and clothes from her room. Sure, princess. I'll wait for you while you come down from your tower. As Judd was coming down and she was halfway down, being about 5 meters off the ground, I grabbed the rope of blankets Judd had made and shook it hard, making Judd yell, Sora Bastardo. She screams in fear as she lets go of the rope from my sudden shake on it. Just smile and jump up, hitting the wall to propel myself. Pack. Hello, princess. Chuck. I said as I caught Judd in midair, who was falling backwards to the ground, and gave her a kiss on the nose with her surprised face as she ended up in my arms. Why you couldn't wait? She said as we were on the ground as she came out of her surprise, somewhat resentful of what she had done, but slipping her arms around my neck, hugging me as I held her in my arms and Chuck. It was giving me a short kiss on our lips with her embarrassed red face. Hee hee, how cute. Well, Judd, ready. I said, still holding Judd in my arms. Ready for what? For our first date, of course, I said with a smile on my face. General point of view, Judy's house. 2 people were at the kitchen table. Peter was having a coffee and Ainara was having a tea that Ari recommended to her. Since she tasted it, it became her favorite over even the coffee. Hello Ranita. Disgraceful 21 hours I've been texting you at IDN and no case. Don't call me that. I was worried, you know, making Peter, when he heard about Ranita. He cursed Sora in his mind for selling him out. Hee hee. Sorry Judd. I was sleeping when I got home. Let's say I had to fight an Oni and when I finished, I couldn't take it anymore. I was sleeping for 20 hours. Well, what are you waiting for? Come on, I have things to show you. Oni? Okay, give me a moment. The grandparents have punished me and they don't let me leave the house. Let's not make noise. They were listening from the room of their granddaughter, who was supposed to be grounded. Sora, be attentive and catch me if I fall. I don't want to break anything. Sure, princess, I will wait for you while you come down from your tower. Sora Bastardo. These guys. How big do they think this apartment is? We can hear them all say, they're not the quiet ones, are they, Ainara? Yeah, they aren't too much. You're not going to say anything to Judy, Peter. She's grounded. Well, I don't see you going into her room either so she doesn't escape out the window. We've all been teenagers. escaping their parents' grandparents out the window. But have you seen the change in our Anita? Yes, she has that mischievous and stubborn face on her face like when she was a little girl, and her mother, our daughter, I know her, was alive. Sora has brought out that little girl inside her again, said Peter as a smile formed on his face as he remembered the change in his Ranita. Yes, replied Ainoa with the same smile as Peter on her face. In an empty bar in NC, there was an Asian man in his 50s with a neat short beard and not very long hair with a small ponytail on the top of his head. With his 2 arms with cyberware, he was wearing elegant glasses with transparent yellow lenses and a dark suit. When the barman saw him, he gave him a sense of danger, but at the same time serene and calm. Something puzzled a bit the barman, who, with his experience as a nomad and as a bartender, had developed a certain system to classify people when they entered the bar, a rather simple one. Whether it could cause him trouble or not, and the man who just walked into the bar, oddly enough, was in both categories at once, making him look dangerous, yet calm and composed, asking the bartender if he had to describe it. The feeling the man gave him would be like a warrior being a gardener by profession. That was the feeling he gave the bartender. Would you like something to drink, sir? When the bartender asked, the man just shook his head. That man was sitting at the bar waiting for someone. The bar had indirect lighting and soft music. In contrast to most bars in NC, this bar was more elegant, with a more mature and calmer atmosphere, where one could have a conversation in a quiet environment. Soon after, another man entered the bar, and this time, he was greeted with joy by the barman because he was a regular. Welcome, Mr. Musasha. Good to see you. Are you waiting for Mr. Alvarez like last time? No, Falco, today. I have come for something else, thank you. I would like the usual, said Musasha to Falco the barman, who was a middle-aged man with brown hair with an incipient mustache that he had started to grow and with his forearm and hand replaced by metallic cyberware. Of course, said Falco without turning around. The first man who was sitting at the bar kept looking forward with his back to Musasha, his older brother, nervous and even fearful, reliving in his mind the night his nephew died, being him, head of the unit, being him, unable to save his nephew, who followed him and treated him as his role model more than even his father. He, Hiroyuki, loved Ishida, his nephew, with all his heart, even remembering his expression when he. It all happened in the last mission he had in Arasaka. As the leader of the company's first assault team, while his brother protected the Arasaka family, Hiroyuki eliminated their enemies. It was an assault mission to a Kangdao facility to eliminate a traitor, a former Arasaka employee who had great knowledge about the company's advanced projects and wanted to sell them in exchange for money and protection to another rival corporation, Kangdao. When the mission had been completed, he managed to neutralize the target, escape from the Kangdao facility where the traitor was hiding, and lose track of his pursuers. Foolishly thinking that the danger had passed, the whole team relaxed when they reached the extraction point where the AV was located. Ishida was the last to pack in the AV while covering his teammates. Hiroyuki still remembers how he was waiting for Ishida at the entrance of the AV, how he reached out to Ishida to help him mount the AV, how Ishida smiled and accepted his uncle's hand, and how everything changed in an instant, how Hiroyuki's world stopped when he heard the whistle of a bullet near them, alerting him, and how he looked for the shooter without realizing that something had splashed him in the face, for the next instant when it hit, turning his gaze in terror to his nephew, who now had a bullet wound in his forehead through which the other side could be seen, leaving Ishida with an expression of unfinished surprise before collapsing in Hiroyuki's arms lifelessly. By the time Hiroyuki was reacting again after Ishida's death, the AV had already started to take off, and he had to be held down by the rest of the team so he wouldn't jump off the AV to take revenge on the person who had killed his nephew. With the sound of his brother's footsteps sounded behind him, Hiroyuki remembered the last time he talked to him. It was a few hours after Ishida's death. When they arrived at the base, Musasha was already waiting outside, with a face without expression and with his eyes almost lost. Making Hiroyuki remember the face his older brother made when he looked at him, how they were full of hate and resentment, how Hiroyuki himself wanted his brother to yell at him and hit him. Even if Musasha wanted to kill him, he would accept it for not being able to protect his son. But Musasha didn't say anything. He just looked away from Hiroyuki, full of hate and resentment for the last 21 years. Making that during these 21 years, the guilt Hiroyuki feels about what happened has not diminished one bit. With the memory of Ishida's death and with the last look his older brother had given him for the last time, hunting him down and chasing him every night, making Hiroyuki wake up drenched in sweat and guilt every day for 21 years. When Musasha finally reached the bar, he sat down next to Hiroyuki, facing the same direction as him without looking at either of them. Hiroyuki, Musasha. A few minutes after calling each other's name, neither brother said anything. They just kept looking ahead where a holographic screen with no sound in the background was located. "Sorry to interrupt your silence. Here is your drink, Mr. Musasha." "Again, you don't want anything to drink," said the bartender Falco, who was wearing clothes that were even old-fashioned for Musasha and Hiroyuki standards, but that fit the atmosphere of the bar, while turning his head towards Hiroyuki after serving a cocktail to Musasha. Hiroyuki shook his head at the bartender's question and was surprised at what his older brother had ordered. The always serious and devoted Musasha, who followed Bushido as if it was his religion, was now drinking a blue-colored cocktail with a small umbrella in the glass while drinking from a straw in a strange way while making a happy face while drinking it. "Is this man my brother?" When Hiroyuki was thinking that, his brother suddenly changed his expression while looking at the holographic screen, which made Hiroyuki turn his attention back to it, which was broadcasting the news, and they were broadcasting the chase that had happened yesterday, making Musasha look angry, but there was also joy or maybe pride behind his brother's look. "What happened? The last time I saw him. Will he still look at me with that look of hatred and resentment?" Hiroyuki thought. Hiroyuki thought without daring to look at his brother to find his answer, rationalizing that nothing had really changed for his brother because of how he had refused to let him meet his grandson, the only witness to the security breach in Blackwall, the reason he had been sent to NC. When the news of the chase was over, Hiroyuki felt a small change in his brother, as if he had made up his mind and spoke again. "Long time no see, Hiroyuki. I'm glad to see you, brother. How long? How long has it been without being called like this?" "I had missed it," thought Hiroyuki, somewhat excited. Controlling his trained mind and his body to calm his heart, he said, "Yes, a long time." "Brother dash," said Hiroyuki, almost cutting off his sentence. Hearing and sensing his brother's state, Musasha turned his head and stared at his brother, and Musasha began to speak. "Brother, I am sorry for these 21 years. I know they must have been difficult. I ask your forgiveness for my 21 years of silence. After Ishida's death, I changed without realizing it. I distanced myself from everyone. I became obsessed with the only thing I knew how to do, blaming you for my silence, hiding and driving everyone away from me in the process." When Hiroyuki heard what Musasha said, he too turned around, looking even with reluctance in his heart at his brother in the eyes, and was surprised to find that he didn't have the look that had been haunting him for 21 years. Along with guilt, he had a look with worry and joy in it. "After I retired from Arasaka, after we moved to this horrible city, after Sora was in our lives, little by little that shameless and annoying brat managed to change me without me even realizing it. Hell, I just realized it a few hours ago myself. When I found out you were in town and I had to come back to see you, how would I have to act? What would I have to say? Will you still consider me a brother?" I was terrified, Hiroyuki. When all those doubts assaulted me, you know what I imagined, brother? A little Sora appeared in my mind. You know what that little Sora did in my mind? He started to laugh at me. He started to put on an evil expression while laughing at my doubts, which I would like to deny and say that it was impossible for my dear grandson to make that kind of expression on his face, but I myself had seen him make it sometimes when he thought that nobody saw him. When Hiroyuki listened to his brother, he was somewhat puzzled by the personality of Musashi's grandson, but he also wanted to meet the boy, who made his brother make such expressions of anger and pride at the same time. "Brother, do you know that bastard managed yesterday with a 14-year-old to disarm me in a duel?" "What?" Hiroyuki thought. How is that possible? He had barely managed to get a draw against his older brother as his best result. It's true that his fighting style wasn't as sword-focused as his Musashi's, but a 14-year-old disarmed him? Unbelievable. Unbelievable, right? He cheated. That bastard threw me his dog when we were at the end of our duel. TCH. Damn Sora. But you should have seen his last attack. Musasha said as he held up his hands and looked at them as a proud smile formed on his face at the thought of the last move his grandson made. As with his body exhausted and with his shoulder dislocated, he passed out with a smile after disarming him. "So before I introduce him to you, let me tell you everything that happened yesterday so that when you meet him, it will be as his uncle and not as a Netwatch agent. Is it okay with you, brother?" said Musasha to the bewildered Hiroyuki. "Yeah, it's fine with me. UPHM. Barman. Please serve me the same as my brother, please," said Hiroyuki, clearing his throat for the words he had been longing to hear from his brother. "Sure," replied Falco. Judy POV. "Well, ride," said Sora as he handed me a grey helmet. "Are you kidding?" I replied. Sora had ridden a red-orange Yiba bike, the new model that had come out last year, but his was full of scratches and dents. Nothing really serious, but it looked beat up from them and kind of insecure. Plus, since when did Sora have a bike? I've known him for years, but I still don't know Sora at all, and that bothers me. Like what he said in the truck about him being Jackie. If it's true, why didn't he ever tell me that before? What are you talking about? He replied as if he didn't understand. Do you want me to ride that hunk of junk? The truth is I was kind of resentful with Sora, and the bike didn't look so bad, and I felt like riding it myself, but for all the things I didn't know about him and for throwing myself off the rope I had made to escape from home. Bastard. I'm not going to forget to give it back to you. I was kind of resentful towards Sora. While thinking about my revenge, I turned my attention back to Sora, who was looking at his bike with a puzzled expression in his eyes as he checked it out, as if his vision couldn't understand mine that had described it as junk. What are you talking about? It's true that it needs more work, but its beauty can't be hidden by a few scratches here and there. If I had more time lately, I could have left it as good as new, but you see, someone asked me for help in their stupid idea of fixing a fire truck. Tired sigh. Look where that got us. You see, Judd, how you are a bad influence. If it wasn't for you being bent on fixing that truck, we wouldn't have gotten into so much trouble. What a troublesome girlfriend. Unable to contain myself at the amount of crap Sora was talking, I jumped up. Stupid idea. Trouble. It was you who squeezed my damn leg by ramming it into the police car. It was you who had prepared and spent weeks, if not months, fixing suspicious things, getting ready to mess up in the process. And on top of that you complained that you didn't have time to fix that. Don't say it. Sora shouted, trying to stop me. Garbage. Don't listen to her. Oh. Fragment of the Omnisia. Oh. Spirit of the machine, forgive my girlfriend for such heresy towards you. She's just jealous of my unwavering devotion and faith in your noble presence. Oh, fragment of the Omnisia. Sora said exaggeratedly as he brought his hands to the mirrors of his motorcycle as if they were his ears to prevent him from hearing my insult. Like a father would do to his son to prevent him from hearing an insult or a curse. Calling his motorcycle fragment of the Omnisia and spirit of the machine, I had no idea what he was talking about. But Sora sometimes freaks out like now, saying nonsensical things like that. And since when the hell do you have a bike? I asked as Sora kept stroking and whispering something to the rearview mirror of his bike like it was alive, making me irritated at the sight of it. Yeah, who is my girl? Yes, it's you, Judd. What's that green-eyed bastard calling me? Yes. She is only a carbon cluster. Yeah, my heart goes out to you, Yiba, so don't listen to her, okay? Sora. Okay, I'll stop now. Well, to answer you, maybe you've known Sora for years, but you don't know Jackie, he. Bastard. I still don't believe you, you know. Well, the truth. Said Sora seriously for a change as he looked me in the eyes, almost looking like he was going to tell her the truth of his lie about him being Jackie. Sora can't be Jackie, right? I mean, my boyfriend can't be Jackie Blackhand. Can he? It's that. I don't care if you don't believe me. When he said that, I knew it was a joke, but a part of me was hurt by what he said, as if he didn't care what I thought of him, as if I mean, when you see where I'm going to take you, you won't have any doubts, he. With a smile as he said it, I no longer hesitated, getting excited about where Sora wanted to take me. I put on the helmet he had given me and got on the bike without hesitation. Well, where are we going? How about dinner first? I'm starving. Great. I'm in the mood for something sweet. Why don't we go to Tom's Diner? Okay. Do you want to go see where you almost killed me? Oh, stop crying. You're out here messing around, aren't you? TCH. You shouldn't have to say it like that, you know. Hey Sora, have you prepared something to avoid getting caught riding your bike? The helmet is a Faraday cage on our heads to prevent the traffic cameras from scanning our IDs, and the license plate is sprayed with a layer of reflective particles to prevent the license plate from being visible. The only way NCPD can catch us would be with another chase. What do you feel like? TCH. Show off. When we finished talking, Sora suddenly accelerated, making me unconsciously press myself against him for fear of falling. And when he did, I could imagine a smile on Sora's face because he started to accelerate more while making tighter turns, making me scream in fear on the road while I could hear Sora laugh at my screams. Bastard. When we arrived at Tom's Diner, we sat down and ordered our food. Sora ordered a bunch of double synthetic meat burgers and I ordered a small one. After eating, I ordered some pancakes for dessert, which was my favorite thing from Tom's dinner. As we continued talking, Sora asked me about my favorite Jackie songs, and we talked about them. He also asked me if my grandparents were really mad at me when we got home. I asked him the same thing and he told me about the duel he had. He had a fight with his grandfather, which made me look at him with disbelief. Yeah, that old man didn't hold back. He even gave me a kick that sent me flying. Hee, damn crazy old man. Hey Sora, are you okay? After everything that happened that day, when that cop shot us, you still haven't told me how you did it. You've always told me you don't have any cyberware installed, but when I said that to Sora, he suddenly changed his expression to a serious one, making me tense up too when I saw the face he had made. Was he angry because of my question? I was just worried about him. I thought to myself. Seeing my face, Sora smiled at me and said, I'll tell you everything okay, but not now. Judd, are you carrying what I gave you to take to high school just in case? Yeah, I always carry it like you said. Okay, I'm going to pay for our food at the bar. I want you to go out the back and... When I was hearing what he wanted me to do from Sora, I was surprised by what he was telling me. Wait, Sora, are you sure? Yeah, they've been following me since I left home. I thought I lost them. And who the hell are they and why are they following you? I don't know. Maybe they know I'm Jackie and they're stalkers who want to kidnap me, Sora said as a joke. Really? TCH, we really can't do anything normal with you, can we? I said, rolling my eyes. Oi, who are you trying to fool? Look at the smile on your face. Replied Sora, catching me. Two men were in an armored car with no visible markings or affiliations on the car in front of a restaurant in Little China, Watson. Inside the car, the two men had regained the color back in their faces after finding the target assigned to follow by one of the leaders of the Kiji faction inside Arasaka. We found it. Send the notice to the supervisor of the mission. I don't know who she is, but I could feel a blade in my testicles every time she asked us for a status update when we had lost the target. Yeah, apparently she's an assistant to one of the top brass of the Kiji faction within the corporation. TCH. What's someone like that doing sending us to guard a child, for God's sake? On top of that, we're armed to the teeth. Do you have any ideas? No, the whole Kiji faction has been moving like crazy for half a day now, so who knows why, and from what I could find out about the kid, he's the grandson of one of the Arasaka family bodyguards. So who knows, maybe they want to suck up to the old man and keep the kids safe, no idea. Bing 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 bing. Again, this bitch is asking for a status update. What's her problem? We have already found the target. As one of the men was about to activate the communicator, he noticed a slight imbalance in the car and plash. Hey, is it just me or did someone just give us a flat tire? Yumeko Pov, Japan, her cone castle. Now I can breathe. Thank goodness those idiots have found the target. If they fail again, I don't care if I have to go to Night City myself, but those two will lose something important. I understand their complaints. I don't understand the importance of protecting that boy either, but those are Hanako-sama's orders and nothing else matters. Well, almost. I found out that the target was Musashi-san's grandson. Although I don't know him, Oda and Goro keep telling us about him when they train us. That kept puzzling me a bit. Why does Hanako-sama care so much about his former bodyguard's relative? So much as to send people to protect him? From what? Shaking my head at my doubts. The only thing it proves is how amazing Hanako-sama is. For caring so much about the people who are under her command and have worked with them. Relax. Thanks to those two idiots finding the target, you don't have to bring bad news to Hanako-sama. I said to myself while looking at a silver surface that almost looked like a mirror outside Hanako-sama's room. In it I could see the look of a black-haired girl with red eyes wearing a black outfit with a skirt and stockings that wouldn't stand out as Hanako-sama's assistant, but it was also reinforced and with small tactical touches to make it somewhat more intimidating. Hanako-sama, I said as I entered the room and made a small bow as I entered to the person sitting behind a table, with a blank look on her face. She has been like this for almost a day. The always elegant and intelligent Hanako-sama seemed depressed and somewhat distracted, almost, if you can say these words together, even in my mind. Hanako-sama was clumsy. She was doing nonsense things like sticking pencil from a pad into the tea as if it was a teaspoon, totally distracted while doing it, or she would stare at nothingness for a while. Hello, Yumeko. Have you been having any trouble with the training? Hanako-sama said, coming out of the void of her mind, she was in. Today I had already finished with my training, which had suddenly increased, causing me to curse Master Oda in my mind, making it hard for me to play my role as Hanako-sama's assistant when I finished. Don't worry about the training. Even though Master Oda seems to have increased the difficulty, none of us will disappoint the expectations Hanako-sama has on us. Gentle smile. I'm glad to hear it, Yumeko. I'll tell Oda-san not to be too hard on you guys. No. Please don't worry, Hanako-sama. We can take it, all of us have been through much worse than a little more training. When I said that, I could see how Hanako-sama affirmed as she put a soft, sad expression on her face when she heard me seeing that sad and somewhat guilt-ridden expression from Hanako-sama. Sorry, Hanako-sama, for my words. But are you alright? If there is anything I can do to help you to improve your mood, please tell me. It will be my first priority to perform. When I said that, Hanako-sama opened her eyes in surprise and said, Don't worry, mischievous smile. But I have to say, Yumeko, you are growing up to become a gorgeous woman. Even at 16 years old, you already have bigger breasts than me. No one could ever compare Hanako-sama's beautiful and slender body with mine, which is just that of a peasant girl. Don't say that, Yumeko. You have a beautiful face and with your body, when you grow up, few women will be able to compete with your figure. You will have rows of men behind you, you know. Hanako-sama said while making a mischievous smile on her face, which, although I was embarrassed by the conversation, Hanako-sama seemed distracted from her worries. So even though it's embarrassing, well, Hanako-sama, if you know someone worthwhile, please tell me. If they have passed Hanako-sama's criteria, they have to be worth knowing. Haha, I may take you at your word. Yumeko, in a few years you may meet him. Already has someone in her head. Hanako-sama? That was fast. Yes, there is someone I would like all of you to meet. Hanako-sama said as she put on a gloomy expression again. Are you alright, Hanako-sama? I asked about the sudden change in Hanako-sama. Yes, it's nothing. Don't worry, Yumeko. As you say, Hanako-sama. Even though I said that, I was still just as worried about Hanako-sama's condition. For us, Hanako-sama is our savior, our boss, our guardian, even if we can dream of the closest thing we ever had to a mother. I still remember when we were taken out of that horrible facility. When Esme, Chancellor, Lewis, and I woke up, and Master Oda told us what had happened. We were shocked. Lucina and Denise were not with us. Lucina had managed to escape and Denise had been shot dead by the facility guards when we tried to escape. All of us had cyberware in our bodies, which was installed when we were about to die to save us. We didn't know where we were when we woke up, but we knew we were still in Arasaka. We thought they probably saved our lives so they could continue to use us to roam the old net. That terrifying place where you feel like you are a mouse in a maze, feeling watched, almost as if you were entertainment for those who were watching us. And when they got bored of us, we were attacked by them, by the AIS behind the wall. I still remember the screams of the team members who were attacked and killed by them. Their laughter or the noise they made resembling laughter while doing so. When we woke up and knew that we had not escaped, following in Arasaka with lost eyes, we were sent to meet someone. When we arrived at a beautifully decorated room, we found a woman waiting for us. All of us, even though we were young and had been locked up most of our lives, knew who the woman was in front of us. It was Hanako Arasaka herself. When we entered, she bit her lip when she saw us. She bowed to us, asking for our forgiveness, telling us that now we were free, that we wouldn't have to worry anymore about anyone forcing us into that horrible place. She told us that if we wanted, she would help us to find our home. When she told us all those things, none of us could believe it, leaving us speechless, not knowing what to do, and saddening us in the process of remembering our home, until Esme, the youngest of us all, 8 years old at the time, a cute little black girl with curly hair tied in 2 pigtails at the sides, could not take it anymore and was the first to react, crying her eyes out. We all understood. None of us had a home to go home to. When Hanako-sama saw that she got nervous and not knowing what to do, she hugged Esme to try to calm her down, even staining her beautiful dress with Esme's snot and tears, which only made Esme see it and receive the warmth of Hanako-sama's hug and cry even harder, which confused Hanako-sama, thinking that her embrace had frightened Esme, making her cry even more, and when she thought that, Hanako-sama released her embrace of Esme, and Esme, noticing it, returned for the 3rd time to become more distressed, thinking that she had angered Hanako-sama by her snot and tears that stained her dress, making her stop hugging her for the first time in years. Creating something like a chain of misunderstandings between Hanako-sama and Esme continued, until Hanako-sama sat on the floor totally defeated and confused about what to do and what she had done wrong, which Esme without Hanako-sama noticed lay down on the floor with her, falling asleep when she relaxed. After all her crying, she ended up sleeping close to Hanako-sama, who had been the first person who had shown her some warmth in a long time, clutching a piece of Hanako-sama's dress in her hand. When Hanako-sama returned to her senses and saw Esme asleep next to her clutching her dress, the three of us, Chancellor, Lewis and I, who were still watching without saying anything, were surprised by the face and expression Hanako-sama made when she saw Esme asleep next to her. She smiled, reminding the three of us of the smile of our mothers. I barely remembered my mother's face, but I still remembered her smile when she tucked me in or when she gave me a hug, and Hanako-sama was making the same smile to Esme asleep next to her. Since we saw that, we decided to stay with Hanako-sama. When we informed her of our decision shortly after, Hanako-sama promised that we would not work for the sake of the corporation but would work for her directly. Since then we have been under her care. Yumeko, stop looking at me like that. There's nothing really wrong with me, I'm just thinking about something. Tell me, the NC team that was tracking the target, did they find it again? Yes. She's supervising the mission herself? Am I that unreliable? How does Hanako-sama know that the team lost track of the target for a while? Well, smile, call it intuition. And surely now that they found him again he'll do more than just run away. I don't understand what you mean, but I'll alert the team to be careful not to lose them. Did something happen, Yumeko? No, it's nothing, Hanako-sama. They don't answer, do they? No, well yes, I've been asking for an update but they don't answer. When I said that, I soon received a notification from the team that didn't answer. Bastards, what the hell are you doing that you don't answer me? Bitch, who the hell is that kid? I forgive you for calling me bitch because I don't want to waste time insulting you for now. What hell are you talking about the kid? That kid. As I listened to what they were saying to me, I tried to control the expression on my face as much as I could. That boy. Hanako-sama, forgive my impertinence. But what's the problem with Musashi-san's grandson? Ara, you also know who the target is. That is a big failure of professionalism, Yumeko. Said Hanako-sama in her usual tone, as if she knew what had happened from my face and found it really amusing. But from your tone it sounds like Sora has done something, hasn't he? Hanako-sama, he knocked out one of them and broke the other one's collarbone. That boy seems to have his father's temperament. Sora POV. When I was ready, I signaled Judd, who approached the black SUV, pulling out a small rectangular silver metal plate from her pants that she could hide by making a closed fist when she got close enough. PSHH. She extended a small blade, which she stuck into one of the rear wheels, without hesitation as she put on a somewhat excited smile. TCH, see what a troublemaker you can be. Look at the face you're making. As Judd ran off hiding nearby, I could hear the guys inside the car had noticed the flat tire. I braced myself. I was currently on top of the SUV. I had climbed noiselessly while the two men in the car were talking. Since they are going to keep looking, even if I lose them, I'd better introduce myself and politely tell them to stop. Focusing on the car doors, I pointed at anyone who opened before, opening the passenger door first of the two, spinning, making as little noise as possible towards the opening door, which meant that the passenger was the one who was going to get out first. If I want to do this right, I have to do it fast. I have the confidence after the duel with Grandpa, but I will be worried about putting Judd in danger. So I will knock one out as fast as possible, literally getting out of the car hopefully without alerting the other. As the driver's door opened behind me, I focused my attention on the man who was already getting out of the passenger side of the car, standing up and taking a few steps away to close the door with his back to me without realizing I was on the roof of the car. When he grabbed the door with his hand to close it. Bam! I jumped over the noise of the door closing, and while my hand with Getsuga sheathed, I passed it in front of the neck of the man who got out of the car, grabbing the other end of the sheath quickly and squeezing tightly the neck of the man while I was holding onto his back, who by my sudden jump lost balance and fell backwards, over me, who was still squeezing with all my strength Getsuga against the neck of this guy who was losing consciousness little by little. Sleep, little one, sleep, sleep, I whispered to him. Jake, what the hell are you doing? Did you fall or what? The flat tire seems to be on your side. Shit, the other guy. The partner was looking at the back tire on his side after getting out of the car, and I could see from under the car how due to the miss of his partner, he was walking past the trunk, almost about to find me. Before the man arrived, I could see a new pair of legs running. Shit. Don't do anything dangerous. As I struggled to get the unconscious guy off me as fast as I could see Judd's legs going towards the other rear tire, which was unharmed, and Judy POV. Shit. They're going to catch him. That's why I told him it's better to avoid trouble, but with him, it's always the same, I thought as I ran off without being seen by the man who was heading towards Sora. You, what's wrong? One tire isn't enough. Then how about two? Plash, I said as I plunged the knife Sora gave me into the rear tire and yelled to get the attention of the man who was about to turn and catch Sora. What a troublesome boyfriend. Can't we do something normal? What the hell? You're the girl who was with the target to watch. Looks like he's escaped again. That bitch is going to kill us. What's up today with teenage girls touching my balls, in the bad way on top? Goddamn. Looks like you're out of luck, girl. The other bitch I can't touch, but you're gonna pay for both. So before I get really pissed off, where's the boy? Target to watch? So Sora was right. Why are they watching him? Besides, these guys smell corpo from far away. When I thought that, I had a bad feeling in my heart that made me scared. Is it because of the thing Sora has inside him? I still remember the expression he had when his eyes lit up. Damn you, asshole. I said somewhat nervously, but I knew that. Hee, a foul mouth. I like it. It reminds me of that bitch of a supervisor. When the man in front of me smiled, thinking that he had scared me when I was worried about Sora, he stretched out his hand to grab me, giving me a bit of a scare, but disappeared when I saw the person climbing again on top of the SUV. Oi, asshole, said Sora, who had squatted on top of the roof of the car, causing the man in front of me to turn around and look surprised to see Sora on top of the car. You bastard. What the hell are you doing there? Wait, where's Jake? I've already introduced myself to him, Sora said with a surprisingly serious face as he cocked his head to the passenger side of the car several times. There's only you left. But you know. If you wanted to find me so badly, you should have introduced yourself, man, said Sora, who was squatting down, but giving a sensation, almost like a spring before. Bam! With a loud noise, Sora disappeared from above SUV, and the next instant I could hear a loud hit and something breaking with a loud scream. The scream came from the man who was now kneeling while grabbing his shoulder, which seemed to be where the sound of something breaking came from. See, man. I can be charming and... Sora said as he grew a smile that to me seemed somewhat sadistic, which he erased at the end of his sentence. And I don't like how you talk to my girlfriend. Sora said, getting me a little excited in the process. Show off. Swinging the stick he wielded like a sword and bam. Hitting again, but now in the face, knocking the man unconscious. Seeing this without being able to gather any more, I said, Sora, these guys are definitely from a corporation. And they were following you. What the hell are you into? Don't tell me it's because of what happened yesterday with the cop. Sora Pov. Well, more or less, but them following me, I think it has something to do with my family. Your family? You're talking about your grandfather? Wait. Your grandfather worked for a corporation. TCH, if it was just grandpa, my mother is in on that shit too. Mother? Sora, do you know your mother? I thought you were like me. You never told me about your parents. Well, that's because, smile, that's a story for when we can get drunk, hee. Seriously speaking, I just found out a few hours ago who my mother is. And the big fat bummer is to find out who she is. How I hate corporations. Sora, you hate corporations so much. Hell yeah, I hate them, especially the mega corporations, how they rule, how they use people. If you notice, the behavior of corporations is no different than that of a psychopath, and the world is ruled by them. I mean, we live in a world run by psychopaths. Not that I care or that I am an idealist who wants to change the system. I don't really care, but I don't want to be related to them, although unfortunately. I said, thinking about my mother and that sooner or later I will have to be related to that shitty world. I see. Judd said with some regret as she answered. What's wrong with her? Judy wants to work for a corporation or what? I thought to myself. Well, why don't we go to the apartment? Apartment? You never said we were going to an apartment. Wait, Sora, we are still too young, Fate. I interrupted Judd, who had turned red after misunderstanding my words, with a tap of my finger on her forehead. "Kinky, I want to show you where I keep my stuff and where I play my songs. I know there are things you have questions about and want to know. So first, I want to show you the apartment." While still holding her forehead with a face that tried to look angry at my tapping, but she couldn't control the corner of her lips that turned up at what I said, we got back on the bike and headed towards Japantown, and we pulled into the garage entrance to the apartment building. Looking excited and somewhat nervous about where we were going, Judd followed me to the elevator, and then we arrived in front of the door. "Well, Judd, welcome," I said as I opened the door and Judd entered, and her face lit up like a little girl in a toy store. Her eyes kept moving and her expression changed with each thing she saw inside. The instruments, the tools, the component boxes, and the piano. She was happy and wanted to play everything she liked. But when she saw the weapons, she grimaced, apparently, which she didn't like very much. "Sora, this apartment, the motorbike, all these instruments, that workshop, all those weapons. Where did I get them from? I bought them, of course. But the money," said Judd while in the middle of her sentence, which she cut off as she looked at my guitar hanging on the wall as if at last she had believed it was Jackie. Woof woof. "Oh, Eco, you're here. Hello, little, no, wait, you traitor. I thought we had an agreement. It's true Sora built you, but I designed the code for your AI. Eco, how have you been able to hide all this from me?" Judd said as he bent down and greeted Eco. "Wolf. Don't worry, Eco, you haven't done anything wrong. You don't get bullied. Brothers before hoe." What, Sora?" "Nothing." Rolling her eyes, Judd stood up and began to look around for anything that caught her eye. The first thing she went to was the workbench where the knight helmet was working. She looked at all the tools next to the small smelting furnace as her eyes lit up. She began to look at all the spare Echo parts she had. "Sora, this is amazing. You have built a small workshop with everything I could dream of. You even have a QPC. Look at all these instruments, the piano." Judd said as she excitedly ran like a child to the grand piano and played one of the keys loudly, making the apartment vibrate a bit as she made a happy face while doing so and sat down on the bench in front of the piano. "Can you really play it?" "Yep, all the instruments you see I can play. Well, mostly guitar and piano. Bass and drums I'm not that good, but good enough to play them in my songs." "Unbelievable. You really can play the piano? I don't believe you." Suspicious woman," I said as I sat next to Judd on the bench in front of the piano. "Tell me a song, any song, and I'll play it." When I said that, Judd smiled for a second with a suspicious grin as if I had fallen into her trap. "Would you sing it too? I mean, you still haven't shown me you can sing it too." Smelling that this was more than just doubts and more like some kind of revenge that had occurred to her, I could only stare into Judd's eyes with a straight face as she grew an amused smile on her face as she told me the song she wanted me to play. "Haha, I'll take your silence as a yes. I want you to play." "No. You say it." Suspecting what song she wanted me to play, I said, trying to stop her, seeming like a déjà vu to me, "Frozen. The song you sang to me in the truck. I didn't say it at the time, but I really liked it," she said as her smile grew on her face. "No. I won't do it. I won't desecrate my piano by playing that song. Forget it. Come on, Sora, don't be like this. How many times I thought I was going to die yesterday. You owe me for all the trouble you've put me through. It's just me." "Shit. Just once. You hear me? Yee. Ha ha ha. Yeah, sure." General POV. The wind is howling like this swirling storm inside. Couldn't keep it in. Heaven knows I've tried. Sora began to sing the beginning of the song with a certain reluctance in his voice while Judy stood up to let Sora play. As she stood in front of the piano watching him play, and without Sora noticing, she took out a small pad with a camera from one of the pockets of the jumpsuit Judy was wearing. "Don't let them in. Don't let them see. Be the good girl you always have to be. Conceal. Don't feel. Don't let them know. Well, now they know. Arg, this song is so," thought Sora. Let it go, can't hold it back anymore. Let it go, turn away and slam the door. Well, it's true that the chorus isn't so bad, he thought as he slowly became more and more animated while singing. I don't care what they're going to say. Let the storm rage on. The cold never bothered me anyway. Without realizing it, he was singing seriously as he unwittingly moved his torso to the beat of the song. TCH, it's not like I like the song. It's just that when I sing, I mean it. Nothing else. When he finish. Ha ha ha. You started out kind of shy, but then, ha ha, you cheered up, Sora. Go sing it again. Go go go. No. I told you, I'm not going. Let it go. Let it go. Turn away and slam the door. Ah, you taped me, Jud. Erase that right now. Ha ha ha. In your dreams. Now I've got this for life. As you get out of the basket, I'm going to use this as a leash, ha. From now on what I say will be done. TCH. But why, woman? What did I do to you to make you like this? On top of me taking you out to dinner, I play you a song and show you the apartment. What's your problem, demon? My problem? My problem is you are shameless. Don't you think I forgot what happened when I was escaping from my room? That's what this is all about? But how vengeful can you get? It was good. I caught you. I gave you a kiss. I don't understand why you're so mean. Do what you want. Have your sad recording. I'm sure you'll use it later when you're alone at home and you want to hear my voice. Disgraceful. Pervert. Pervert? Perverted you who thought that I didn't say anything wrong, you dirty mind. After going on like that for a while, the two of them calmed down. Judd, now being serious. When Sora said that, Judy became serious because of Sora's unusually serious tone. Sora told Judy, without going into much detail, that his mother is someone of high rank within Arasaka. He also told her that when he was a baby or even before he was born, his mother put some experimental technology inside his body. Judy, surprised and worried, asked Sora what her mother had done. Sora kept silent, thinking about how to answer her, not wanting her to worry. Judy pouted at Sora's silence, thinking that he didn't trust her. Sora, after her silence and seeing Judy's face. Judd, it's not that I don't trust you. I do, but I don't want to put you in harm's way. Judd, you are the person I trusted the most, my best friend and the girl I liked. Even before I met you, smile. I know it may sound weird, but I think it's safer for you not to know all the details. My mother, let's just say she put experimental technology in me. Judy was surprised by what Sora said with a somewhat sad and excited smile at the same time when he said it. As weird as it sounded, she believed him. After seeing this, Judy didn't know what to say. After a few seconds of silence and being a bit irritated by the lack of answers from Sora, Judy asked, Sora, what do you want to do in the future? Giving Sora a bad feeling because of how Judy said it. Sora dodged the question back at her. Before answering you, tell me, Judd, what is your plan? What would you like to do for a living? Asked Sora, curious to know how much Judy's future would have changed, who in the game ended up as a publisher and creator of pornographic BDS. I want to create a corporation. Well, not a corporation, but I want to create a company that sells robotic pets like Eco. Woof! Interjected Eco, surprised as Sora at what Judy said. Wait, yes, I want us to create a robot pet company together. You would design them and I would create the code for different types of pets with their own characteristic behaviors and personalities. What do you think? Judy asked with some fear about how Sora would react to the work she dreamed of. Well, I think it's great. I'm really 100% in. Your idea is awesome. But there was one thing he hadn't said in his joy. One of the things that Sora had doubts about was using Eco when he works as a merc in the future. Sora thought of hiding his identity when he works in the future as a merc, and if he took Eco with him, it would be easy for anyone to follow the trail and find out his real identity. But if Judy and he create a company and more people have robot pets, the trail would be more difficult to follow. Ah, really? I thought you didn't like having that kind of job. Having doubts about how to respond, Sora looked at the weapon wall for a few seconds before looking back at Judy seriously and saying, Judd, I want to be a merc. I've already told my grandparents, even though they don't like it very much, said Sora, stroking his stomach where he still felt the kick he got from his grandfather. When Judy heard what Sora said, she suddenly stood up with a worried look on her face when, No, you can't be thinking of working on something like that. Are you crazy? Do you want to die? Judd, replied Sora, somewhat dejected by Judy's reaction. I don't understand you. Why? You don't have to work in something so dangerous. Obviously it's not for the money. Look at this site. Everything you have at only 14 years old. Neither do I think it's for the fame. You don't care what people think, and you're not like most chromaheads that make themselves mercs, wanting to be famous, becoming a legend. Like they rave. You don't look for that kind of thing. If you wanted it, you wouldn't hide your identity in your videos like Jackie. So why? Why do you want to dedicate yourself to something so dangerous? I don't think I can live like that, thinking that you could die every time you walk out the door. Sora, listening to everything she said, stared seriously and with a certain sadness at Judy, who had an expression bordering on panic. Something that made Sora's heart clench at the sight of her with a deep breath. Sora, if I had to explain to you my reason why I wanted to be a merc a few days ago, I would say something childish that would make you pissed off. But after knowing some things about myself, after thinking about what Grandpa said at the duel, after what happened with the policeman. Sora stopped talking while clenching her fist. Judy, yesterday because of me you almost got killed. No, but I am nothing. Judd, I was lucky. If what I have inside me, we both could have ended up dead because of me. And the answer is to be a merc. Don't make me laugh, shouted Judy without restraint. Judy. Sora. At this point with Judy's shout, he wanted to blurt it all out, all about Johnny being his father, about his mother being Hanako Arasaka, about him being an Arasaka and Linda, about what he has inside him, about Ark. His worries about the things that were going to happen in the future, about how scared he was of what was hiding behind the black wall that made Sora seek to be stronger so he could survive and protect the people he cares about from the shitstorms that were coming in the future. But he didn't say it. What good would it do for Judd to know all those things? It would only make her worry and get depressed, thought Sora, who didn't want to put that burden on Judy. Suddenly remembering what she said about not wanting to live with someone having to worry about her life every time she walked out of the door. That made Sora, being human, says something he will regret as soon as he says it. I'm not going. I can't change my mind. Even if you tell me you want to stop seeing me, so be it. That, in his head, had a totally different origin, since, for Sora, Judy was special, more than his girlfriend, more than his best friend. For Sora, Judy was irreplaceable, and if she didn't want to live that kind of life with him, even though it would break him inside, Sora would accept it as long as she lived happily and safely, even if it was with someone else by her side. When Sora realized the discrepancy between what he thought and what he had said, he tried to correct himself, but it was too late. Shit, Judy, without letting Sora say anything else. Sora, take me home, please, she said sadly, being able to see tears in her eyes as she rushed out of the apartment, in front of a lip-biting Sora as he saw it. When Sora was still biting his lip, making himself bleed in the process, he suddenly stopped, feeling a strange feeling, which, if he had to describe in words, would be like feeling watched, making him, in his current state, after arguing with Judy, more irritated than usual. Following that mysterious feeling, Sora, with anger in his eyes, looked towards the place in the room he felt the origin, staring at his QPC. That in his irritated state, Sora didn't notice how his eyes burned for an instant before he stopped looking at the QPC and left the apartment. Meanwhile, when Sora left the apartment, inside the QPC, Cortana was panicking, with a feeling unknown to her that took her a few seconds to realize was fear. She had been recording all the interactions between humans whenever she could. Since they removed the limitations on her code, she had become more curious about things she didn't care about before or didn't come to understand about human behavior. That's why she was recording those kinds of things, so she could study them in depth and learn what she didn't understand. But when she was recording the discussion between Sora and Judy, when Sora stared at the QPC angrily, as if he knew he was being recorded, Cortana felt it. She felt for the first time the feeling she couldn't identify. She felt afraid of that look. Or better said, of what was behind that look. When Sora's eyes lit up for an instant, a warning. We don't like what you're doing. That phrase appeared inside Cortana's internal code without her noticing or realizing it. Like a warning to her of what was inside what Cortana thought was just a human, but now, she wasn't sure. Soon Sora arrived in front of Judy's house building. They had not spoken since they left the apartment. Sora even felt that, even though Judy was holding on to him when they rode the bike, he still felt distant from her. When Judy got off the bike and took off her helmet, Sora could see how Judy's eyes were slightly puffy as if she had cried. Inside the helmet, seeing that Sora, Judd, Sora, you can be an idiot. I know you have some reason to do what you do, but you don't tell me either. Why do you think I get mad because you're a merc? I'm angry because I don't want you to live a life of hardship, that with bad luck you die and with good luck, that you come up. And in the process, you change so that you stop being the way you are, so that you do something that you don't forgive yourself for, that doesn't let you sleep and tortures you. I don't want that for you. When Judy said that, Sora was shocked, making him remember David's life, which Judy had described perfectly. As tears fell from Judy's eyes as she spoke, Judy turned around without waiting for his answer and walked into her home. When Judy left, Sora didn't move for a few minutes and could only say, I'm a moron. Shit. Looking up at the night sky, feeling the heat of the NC summer, not being able to forget Judy's broken expression as she cried. After lingering in thought for a while looking up at the sky, Sora made up his mind, turning his bike back to Japantown. When Sora arrived and went into his garage, he remembered something and called his grandmother Aoe's IDN. Grandma. Sora. You bastard. What have you done? Judy came home crying. Ainara called me and Judy doesn't want to talk about what happened. Sora. You bastard. I didn't raise you to go around making women cry. TCH. How nosy can you be? I'm calling you for that. Grandma. I screwed up with Judd. So, today I'm not going home. I have something to do. Sora. As a grandmother, I can't let you do whatever you want and not come home at night. But as grandma. See. That's why I told you that you need friends. If you had even one besides Judy, I could lie to Musasha, saying that you sleep at his house. Little one. When will you learn to listen to your grandma? You are lucky. Your grandpa hasn't come home yet, so maybe when he comes, he will come a little tipsy after the meeting with his brother goes on so long. He. Thanks, Grandma. See you tomorrow. Have a good night. Bye, little one. With a smile from the conversation with his grandmother, Sora went towards his apartment and headed towards his QPC. Cortana, come out. We have to talk and have a lot to do tonight, Sora said in front of his QPC's terminal with a serious face. Monday, June 15th, 12:30 a.m. Judy's house. Although it was almost noon, Judy was lying in bed with her eyes closed and a sad expression on her face. Today was Monday and she had school, but after the truck incident, Judy and Sora's grandparents decided that they would stay at home for a few more days until things calmed down. Although they only had a few weeks left of high school, both Judy and Sora had no problems with their grades. As Judy was staring at the ceiling of her room with a blank expression, she suddenly moved and pulled something out from under her pillow. It was the recording of Sora singing that she had made for him the day before. She pressed the play button and the music started to play from the speaker. Let it go, turn away and slam the door. I don't care what they're going to say. Let the storm rage on. The cold never bothered me anyway. Hearing the song made Judy remember how much fun she had with Sora before their argument. She felt angry and frustrated as she remembered the hurtful words that Sora had said to her. Damn you, Sora, liar, bastard. Judy thought to herself. She knew that Sora wasn't being selfish by not telling her his concerns and the reason why he wants to be a merc. But he also didn't trust her enough to tell her. Pock pock. There was a knock on the door and it opened a second later. Grandma. What's wrong? I knocked. That's not the point. I didn't tell you to come in. When you pay the rent for the apartment, you can tell me what to do. Until then, shut up. What do you want, Grandma? You have a lot of explaining to do, young lady, said Ainara with a playful smile on her face, which confused Judy. Come on, follow me, Ainara added, and left Judy's room without waiting for her. When Judy entered the dining room, only Ainara was there with the TV paused. Well, you see, the latest song from the singer you like so much just came out. And I saw the video they're talking about on the news programs because it's so different from Jackie's other videos. Do you know why, dear? No, I don't know what you're talking about, said Judy. Ah, never mind. Fahaha. Well, then watch, said Ainara, and pressed the play button. The video showed a short-haired, dark-skinned woman, the host of a news program, starting to speak. Hello friends. How are you holding up in the heat of Night City's summer? Well, if the heat bothers you, think about the amount of eddies we're saving on heating compared to cities like Chicago, which are winter all year round. I have a friend there, and when I last spoke to him, I asked him when he had last seen the sun. And he responded by asking me, "What is the sun?" Haha. Can you believe it? I couldn't either until I read it in the script. You know the airs we have as writers got you right and made you laugh, right? Suddenly, the presenter brought her hand dramatically to her ear as if she was being communicated something and stopped talking. After a while, she said, "Apparently, they're telling me upstairs to inform our listeners that we don't use any AI as writers on this program. Channel 54 always hires as many humans as possible to help the community. It's not like they use whatever they can find to save a few eddies, right, Jazz? I'd like to introduce you to Jazz. Friends. It's the robotic arm that controls the camera that's recording me, because no human could do this kind of work, right, Jazz?" She said this ironically, while the camera went up and down as if the robotic arm was nodding. Come on, Jazz, do you want to make our viewers vomit or what? TCH, robots. I also have to add that we treat our writers almost like humans. We feed them and we barely mistreat them. But who cares, they're just writers, right? Well, let's move on to the news. Today, singer Jackie Blackhand, famous for uploading his songs to Cybertube and raising his black finger to flip off corporations, would do the same if he didn't have them so far up his ass that he'd feel it when he sneezes, almost. You know that feeling when you almost have it. But, where was I going? Yeah, my dear Jackie, well before I put on his latest hit, I want to tell you why it's causing controversy among the fans with this latest video. Hold on, girls, but it looks like Jackie has a girlfriend, Wawawa. The presenter continued with a sad horn sound. I know, right? It's still a mystery what Jackie looks like, but that hasn't stopped many of his fans from filling in the blanks with their fantasies. And now in the latest video, Jackie's figure is not alone. And by how they behave in the video, that bastard seems to be in love. Surprising, right? I know what you're thinking, the presenter said, looking seriously at the camera. I know it surprises you, but if maybe you still have doubts and you're thinking that it's a fake girlfriend, just part of the video and the song that is part of the performance, but we have proof, we have the exclusive. The presenter nodded and the camera switched to a shot of the faceless figure typical of Jackie's videos with another feminine figure next to him, with the presenter's face crudely superimposed over the face of the feminine figure, creating a crude image to make a joke on the show, which, when Judy saw the figure of the same style as Jackie's, seemed familiar, almost as if it were. Surprised, right? It's me, guys. Haha. Putting aside the jokes, we may still have hope. It seems like something happened between them in the video, so don't give up. I know I won't. I'll always wait for you, Jackie. Haha. The presenter spoke exaggeratedly, acting like the worst kind of fan, laughing at people who left comments like that on Jackie's new video. Who does this bitch think she is? Judy thought, annoyed by the presenter. No more jokes, here's Jackie Blackhand's latest hit, Heat Waves. After the insufferable presenter spoke, the video began. It was unusual for Jackie's videos, where the figure of Sora always appears playing the guitar with a different computer-altered background in each video. But this one seemed to have pixel art animation on a road, with NC skyline in the background. Road shimmer, wiggling the vision, heat waves, I'm swimming in a mirror. The song starts with an animation the car and the NC skyline and disappears when the singing starts, replaces the animation with the lyrics that appear in different forms on the screen. Sometimes, all I think about is you. Late nights in the middle of June, heat waves been faking me out, can't make you happier now, usually I put something on TV, so we never think about you and myth, but today I see our reflections clearly in Haywood, laying on the screen. The song talks about the difficulty when you hurt someone you love. The animation changes again and Jackie is shown playing the guitar and singing. You just need a better life than this. You need something I can never. Fake water all across the road. It's gone now, the night has come, but sometimes, all I think about is you. Late nights in the middle of June. Heat waves been faking me out, can't make you happier now. Then, two featureless figures, one of them supposedly Jackie and the other a woman, are shown submerged in water. You can't fight it. You can't breathe. You say something so loving, but now I've got to let you go. When the song reaches a certain point, the animation changes again and a woman's profile is shown. This surprises Judy, as she does not know how Sora reconstructed her figure and included it in the video. The figure has no features but has the same shape and hair as Judy. When shown in the video, Ainara smiles at the sight of her granddaughter on the screen. You'll be better off in someone new. I don't want to be alone. You know it hurts me too. The song continues, and Judy's figure is shown crying in a position that reminds Judy of her last conversation with Sora while he was on his motorcycle. You look so broken when you cry. One more and then I'll say goodbye. Sometimes, all I think about is you. Late nights in the middle of June. Heat waves been faking me out. I will make you happier now. In this part he returned to the usual figure of Jackie sitting down playing the guitar, while the new figure appeared and sat next to him. For the rest of the video, Jackie was singing to the figure while they gently pushed each other's shoulders and laughed from time to time, looking happy. Sometimes, all I think about is you, Judd. Late nights in the middle of June, heat waves been faking me out. Heat waves been faking me out. While he was singing in certain parts, it seemed that he was saying Judd instead of you, and the lyrics of the song changed. Sometimes, all I think about is you, Judd. Late nights in the middle of June. Heat waves been faking me out. I will make you happier now. Sometimes, all I think about is you, Judd. Late nights in the middle of June. Heat waves been faking me out. I will make you happier now. When Judy heard the song that Sora uploaded, Judy felt moved by the song, like if the song was Sora's way of talking to her. But despite that, she still had doubts about his decision to become a mercenary. She wanted to talk to Sora again to understand him better. Grandma, can you take me somewhere? Asked Judy, trying to contain herself. Of course I can, dear. But first, stop crying, okay? Replied Grandma warmly. Why yes, Judy replied, taking a deep breath to calm herself. Ainara drove her to Japantown. When Judy arrived in front of the door of Sora's apartment, she remembered how excited and nervous she was the previous time. When Sora showed her the place for the first time, how it was full of the things Sora liked. For Judy, that apartment was like a small window into Sora's mind, without filters, which made her feel like she was getting to know a part of Sora that she didn't know about him. With a deep breath, Judy knocked on the door and Sora opened it for her. She could see that he had dark circles under his eyes from not having slept all night. Seeing him, she figured he had been up all night working on the video he had uploaded. Idiot. Why do you have to do things like that and make me worry? If I worry just because of some dark circles under my eyes, imagine if he works, like Merc. Shaking her head at those thoughts, Judy walked into the apartment. When Sora saw Judy, he was happy for a moment until he remembered Judy's broken face. Before entering his house, he felt guilty and sad about the argument they had, of how he hurt Judy with his words. Well, asked Judy, with a tone of frustration in her voice. What do you mean? Replied Sora, confused. Aren't you going to tell me anything? Asked Judy, angrily. Yes, I still think the same thing, said Sora, determined. Sora, are you going to keep being so stubborn? At least tell me why you uploaded that song if you haven't changed your mind, exclaimed Judy, exasperated. Because I don't want to hurt you and watch you cry. But I don't want to put you in danger either. Part of me still thinks you'd be better off with someone else. But I'm a selfish piece of shit who doesn't want to lose you, even. Said Sora, his tone altered and charged with helplessness towards himself for his conflicting feelings. Sora. Said Judy, touched as she listened to Sora and understood the reasons why he didn't want to tell her his concerns. You treat me like I'm made of glass, like I'm going to break. Like whatever might happen to me, it's all going to be your fault. How long have you been so weak? Hey, you're right. Sora realized he was acting like a coward. He couldn't help but laugh at the thought that he had found the answer. So simple that he was surprised he hadn't noticed it. Jud. Said Sora, looking seriously at Judy. My father is Johnny Silverhand. What? Exclaimed Judy, surprised. Hey, wait, Judd. Don't leave, it was a joke, more or less, yelled Sora as Judy turned around to leave the apartment, as if what Sora had said was one of her silly jokes. Judd, I'm sorry. It was a joke. And at the same time, no, whisper. But what you said is true. I'm weak, too weak. That's why I want time to make me stronger. I promise I will tell you everything when I have the confidence that I can be responsible for my actions and tell you everything without filters. But I promise I won't get lost and I won't get full of chromo, Sora said, trying to explain herself with a determined look. Judy listened to what Sora said and, seeing his determined look, sighed. She knew that, with how stubborn Sora was, if he refused, they would just continue arguing. And knowing that, even though he was stubborn, the reasons Sora had for not revealing his secrets were to keep her safe, Judy felt the love and appreciation that Sora had for her. Men can be so stubborn. You're making me reconsider going out with you. You know? I think it would be so much easier with another girl. If you want, we can add one more girl anytime. Sora, you're a bastard. Judy exclaimed, frowning in anger. What? You started it. So, what do you say, Judd? Sora asked, trying to calm her down. What am I supposed to say, Sora? At least one of us has to be mature and know when to step back. And even though it annoys me, I'll give you more time. But Sora, when we have this conversation again, it's better if you tell me everything, okay? Judy spoke while frowning and pulling out a small silver rectangle near Sora's leg. You'd better tell me everything. Sora, recognizing the silver rectangle that was near his crotch, began to nod several times with a worried expression on her face. Sora said, why yes, don't worry. With that said, Sora put on a smile and gave a kiss to the violent Judy, who was threatening the Minisauras. Look, Judy, I have something else to show you. I haven't been up all night to upload the song. The song was my way to say sorry. This, said Sora as he led Judy to a monitor where there were several designs. This is my way of showing you my full support with your company plan, COF, cough. Not like other COF, cough, COF, cough. Are you done with your nonsense? Said Judy, rolling her eyes. TCH. What little sense of humor. I have designed 3 different types of pets. 2 of them are basically redesigns of Eco, in which Gua.mk1 has no problem because his movement is not very complicated, but Cat.mk1 is another story. With what Sora said, Judy started to look at the designs on the monitor, in which there were 3 of them open, one of a cat in which there was a small window that showed a preview of the design and how it would move, making it look like a cat that moved without its characteristic delicacy, looking a bit clumsy as if its body did not fit with its gait. The other was an iguana that moved very slowly but gave a much more realistic feeling than the cat. And the third one. Sora about the third one. He. That one is not going to be for the public, but what do you think? They are awesome, right? Yes. We have to improve the way the cat moves, but I think we could start to create some different models during the holidays to see if we can find some sponsors. Listening to Judy, Sora smiled and went to get something from a nearby table. Judy, I take this is for you, he said, giving Judy a black card. It's the key to the apartment, so you can come whenever you want and use it for your projects too. Sora, are you sure? Of course, said Sora with a big smile. Thank you, Sora. After talking to Judd for a while, she decided that tomorrow we would continue and she would come straight to the apartment. Sora, I will take a copy of the 3 designs that you have made and I will show them to Grandpa to see if he can help us improve them. I also want to tell the grandparents about the idea of our company. Is that okay with you, Sora? Yes, sure. I also want to tell my grandparents about it. I'm sure they will be happy about your idea of creating a company together. Judd, I was thinking about something, I said, distracted, thinking about Peter, having an idea, while I looked at Eco, who looked at me, puzzled by my look. I would like to create an Eco for Peter. Sora, I appreciate you thinking of Grandpa, but I've seen the materials and alloys Eco needs as well as a mini quantum processor. Those are very expensive. When Grandpa first saw it, he got nervous wondering where we got it from. It wasn't as much as Cortana, but still. Judd, how many times has Peter been robbed? True, none like that one time years ago. But Peter doesn't like violence, nor does he go armed. Even Aoyo Basin leaves home armed, and I know Ainara does too. But Peter hates guns. That's why I was thinking of making him an eco model for personal safety. Sora, I'm glad you care about my grandfather so much, but I don't know if he would accept it. Your grandparents and you have helped us so much. When I heard what Judd said, I understood what she meant, but if everything stays the same, at some point, I think something might happen to Peter, serious enough for him to want to get away from NC, even if it means having to separate from Judd. But if he has an eco to protect him, maybe, just maybe, I can get them to change their minds and not move to Oregon. Oregon? Was it? I don't remember. Judd, if you want, why don't we assemble it together this summer? It's true that eco is really expensive to make, and at the time, I just asked my grandfather for help with what I needed and soon after, I had it, I said, remembering how I asked him for help with certain materials I couldn't get when I was first building Eco. And I just had to ask grandfather, and soon after, the materials they needed were in my hands as if they had fallen from the sky. Now, realizing that Hanak, that my mother, has been supporting me whenever she could. But now I can buy it myself, so don't worry about money. Sora, even if you say that dash. Seeing that she still had doubts, I approached Judd. I hugged her by the hips and said to her as she moved in my arms somewhat nervously and her face reddened for seconds at my sudden embrace. If it's hard for you to accept it, just think of it as my selfishness in not seeing you sad in case something happens to Peter, just my egotistic way to keep you from being angry, I said as I looked her in the eyes, knowing Judd. Stop it, you bastard. You snake charming, slit-eyed demon. I'm not going to fall for your damn games. If you want, I'll give my grandfather an expensive toy. I'm not going to object anymore. Judd said without holding on any longer, and let go of my embrace as she crossed her arms, turning her back to me, but I could see one of her ears that wasn't covered by her hair, as red as her face. Whoa woof, Eco barked, somewhat saddened by what Judd, his co-creator, called him, expensive toy. He stood behind my legs, saddened by Judd's words. No, you're not an expensive toy, Eco. Of course not, I did not mean that. Don't get mad, little one. Will you forgive me? See, mate, that's why I'm the one you have to love and heed. I would never call you that. As I was following Eco's lead and at the same time annoying Judd, I could see her getting pissed off by the minute at Eco's attitude of not accepting her apology and mine making blood from her mistake. Sarah. Love to see her getting pissed off. Hee. A joke. Just a joke. Judd. Let's call it a day. I'm dead sleepy. Do you want me to take you home? Are you serious? Do you know the dark circles under your face? You're not thinking of taking the bike again, are you? Eh? Well, I was thinking of going home in my ebb, but if you have no way of getting back, I was thinking of taking you home on the bike. No need, Grandma. When she dropped me off, she said she would go run some errands as we speak. I just have to let her know when I'm done to come and pick me up. Shortly after Judd called her grandmother, Ainara came to pick her up, and when she came, I greeted her from afar as I said goodbye to Judd. When I greeted Ainara, she gave me back a funny smile, a little mischievous, before leaving. What is that woman thinking? Going back home in my ebb, after 20 minutes when I arrived. I found no one at home. Hello? I said out loud, checking to see if anyone was home. How odd, I thought. If Grandma had come out, she would have sent me a message. Well, whatever. I wonder how Grandpa's meeting with his brother went. I hope it went well. When I was going up to the second floor while Eco was following me, I started talking to Eco. Since we left, I have seen him a bit discouraged. Well, Eco, what's wrong? There will be more robot animals like you in the future. Aren't you happy? Woof. Growling and barking, Eco answered me, as if he didn't like the idea of there being more like him. Maybe he thinks I'm going to replace him? Don't worry, little one. You are unique. We are not going to create pets better than you at the moment. So don't even think that you're going to stop being unique, Eco. You are my mate, my dog, so don't worry, I will never abandon you. Eco, when he heard what I said, sat down in front of me and stared at me. Eco? What's wrong? When I said that, Echo got on two legs and started sanding me with her metallic tongue, happy for what I told her. So much so that while she was on two legs on me, she was giving little jumps with her two paws on the floor. Easy, little guy. But did you really think we were going to replace you? I give too much credit to the code that Judd wrote. See, you would think that nonsense. Growled Eco, his expression changing in an instant even as he climbed on two legs on top of me, not amused by my joke. While I was talking to Eco, we had already reached my room. With my Converse in my hand that I took off when I entered the house, I threw them in the corner of my room and sat on my bed, not paying too much attention. That's when I sat down. UGMM. KYA. HGM. I mean, what the hell? I shouted, surprised by the half-asleep person in my bed, while I put my hand stretched out like in the kung fu movies I used to watch with Grandpa Musasha that he liked so much and made him laugh because of the postures the actors took imitating martial arts. WHO, the hell are you and what are you doing in MY room? I shout at the Asian man with a beard and hair in a loose half-manner. Also, this guy looks like a mess, as if he's been drinking all night. Wait, because he looks familiar. WT. said the man in a rough and raspy voice. Seeing the state of the man, I felt sorry for him and went to get a glass of water from the dispenser in my bathroom, as tap water is not drinkable. TCH. You. John Doe. Here's your water. Can I get you something else? Maybe breakfast in my bed. I said as I handed him the glass of water, which John drank as fast as I gave it to him. When he finished it, the next instant he looked back at me and said, "More." As a vein swelled in my forehead, having to put up with this guy, who I didn't know who he was, but I could imagine, and I got annoyed. I've been without sleep all night, and when I thought I was finally going to be able to rest, I found a squatter in my bed. Sick of it, I climbed into my bed, leaned against the wall and started pushing with my feet at the man who, if I guessed correctly, was my great-uncle, Masash's brother. "Oi, kid, what are you doing? Don't push me. Come on, look, if you know how to talk like a person, get out of my room, old man. I've been up all night without sleep too, so you're getting the hell out. Besides, you're stinking up my bed like a rancid old man, so door. You, boy, who do you think you dash? Wait, you're Sora. TCH. Now you realize? What's the matter? Your brother didn't show you his pictures of me in his wallet like a proud grandfather, or what?" Looking at me with a face a little surprised at what I had said. "My uncle, wahahaha, you really are as cheeky as Musasha said," he said, sitting down on the bed, while he also started to put strength to fight my thrust. "I'm not putting too much strength, but damn, old man, you don't take it easy. I heard you managed to disarm my brother." "Ho! So Grandpa told you, huh?" "Yeah, that's right. What? You want to try?" I said, smiling at him, with my face haggard. "Really as shameless as your grandfather describes you, but you know, I heard you cheated." "Stop it, please, you're going to make me red dash." Interrupting as I was aiming to finish answering, my uncle moved his back suddenly, causing me to lose my balance for a moment as he grabbed my leg and ankle and threw me forward, pulling me off the top of my bed with a thrust. "Oi, old man. Are we going to have to do things the hard way or what?" I said as I pulled the sheathed Getsuga out from behind my hip. "SHSSS, hiss. So, Aizen gave you Getsuga Tensho, his family's sword. You sure are a lucky boy, aren't you?" said my uncle as he turned to lie down with his hands behind his head and with a smile on his face, treating me as if I were a little kid without caring about my threat or me holding Getsuga, which irritated me. "You want to treat me like a child? Let's do it. Kids always do crazy foolish things. Hee hee." While laughing at what I came up with, I contacted Iko and sent him a new target and told him when he had to move. When I finished, I grabbed Getsuga with 2 hands, which caught my uncle's attention, although he was still acting casually, with his hands behind his head. Without wasting time, I took a strong step forward and performed a basic vertical cut with Getsuga sheathed directly towards my uncle's face, who was surprised by my attack towards his face and quickly took his hands out from behind his head, blocking Getsuga with his chromed arms. Hee hee. Just what I expected. When Getsuga and my uncle's cybernetic arms collided, Iko moved, as I had ordered him, and went straight towards my uncle's crotch, which he had unprotected, with his hands crossed to stop my blow. Which is when Iko came in and bit down. "Age!" he screamed, from the bite to his genitals. Pushing his arms against Jatusa to free himself from my attack, my uncle quickly took them to his crotch, which Iko had already released and was heading for the door, while I followed behind him, locking the door quickly with the pad next to the door, setting the code lock setting, and locking my rabid uncle inside. When I had already left by locking the door behind me, I could see Basin coming out of his room with a worried face, possibly because of my uncle shouting, "Hello, Grandma." "Sora, so you have arrived. You had me worried. It seems that you have met your uncle. I told him he could rest in your room since you were not. But it seems that you have done one of yours with your uncle, right?" Without giving me time to answer, from the other side of the door, you could hear my uncle, who had come to his senses after the sudden attack of Iko, shouting at the top of his lungs. "Brat, don't think that because you are Masash's grandson, I'm going to forgive you for what you have done. Kid, you are dead. Do you hear me?" Yes, I have introduced myself, as you can hear. We got along very well. The chemistry was instantaneous. But Grandma, what the hell is he doing in my room? I haven't slept all night and I'm falling over. "Sorry, Sora. They came a few hours ago drunk as a skunk, having to hold each other to get home. They were so drunk that when Hiroyuki let Musasha loose on our bed, he could barely move, so I took him to your room, which was the closest bed." said the grandma while loud banging could be heard behind my door, as if my uncle was trying to break it down with blows. TCH. How energetic is that old man? So his name is Hiroyuki, huh? Well, grandma, I'm going to go again. I need a bed and an escape from Hiroyuki before he knocks down the door. Wait, Sora. Are you going away again? Yes, I have a place that has a bed. I'm going to sleep there for a few hours until the old man calms down. TCH. Isn't he a Netwatch agent? Use the head, men, and hack the door, for God's sake. You couldn't hold back even with your grandfather's brother. Oi, grandma, it's not my fault. Well, not entirely, and besides, I'm tired, I want to sleep. Sora. We're going to have to talk about your place you have. I'm not comfortable not knowing where you are, and you say you're going to sleep there. Sora, if it's an abandoned place you're occupying grandma, it's not an abandoned place, so don't worry. Knowing that I was just worrying grandma, and after Judd's, let it be our secret, okay? I said to her as I sent her some pictures of the apartment that I took when I bought the piano. Sora. How? How can you have? Where do you get the eddies? I hesitate on whether to tell them about my career as Jackie, but I want to see how long I hold on without them noticing. Sometimes I heard Grandma Aoi hum one of my songs as Jackie. Let's just say I made some money with the guitar you bought me. Grandma not believing my answer and incredulous at the pictures I had sent her of what she would assume to be some dingy, abandoned place where I hung out. I would be a boring man without a secret or two, don't you think, Grandma, wink? I see, even just uploading songs to Cybertube, you can make that much money. She said while putting a smile on her face as if she had been playing with me the whole time. Hey. Fufu, what's up, Sora? Why do you look surprised? Or maybe you're more comfortable if I call you Jackie. Gia Grandma, how do you know that? Ara, what's wrong, little one? Surprised? You know you and Judy underestimate us too much. Do you think we don't share the little things we discover? Like when one of us sees the figure of his granddaughter in Jackie's latest video and sees her reaction when she sees the video for the first time. Damn, that's why Ainara was smiling like that when I saw her, and you've been acting the whole time. Fufu, that's right, boy, but who would have guessed it? My grandson is Jackie, Fufu. Sora, why did you want to keep it a secret? Don't you know how happy I was when Ainara told me about it? And your new song, putting Judy in it, but what a boy. Are you going to upload a song every time you mess up? I run a hand through my hair, unintentionally, somewhat embarrassed. I thought you guys wouldn't like me doing that kind of stuff. Sora, why do you say that? I'd rather 1,000 times you dedicate yourself to music than your stupid idea of being a merc. Why wouldn't we like it? When Obasan asked that, I just stared at her without answering. I knew what the grandparents thought when I showed interest in certain topics, like when I first told them I wanted a guitar, or we watched the news and made some comment or joke about corporations or the messed up world we live in. Even if they think I don't realize it, I can see how they fear I will end up growing up and becoming someone like Johnny, like my father. As if Grandma could have read what I was thinking by my look. No, you can't possibly think that, unless interrupting her by giving her a kiss on the cheek. I went downstairs to leave the house to an incredulous Aoi, who could not believe what she had thought and I had not denied. When I came back out of the building, I could feel again the warmth of NC summer when the sun was at its highest in the sky, and I headed back to my apartment to sleep. When I got to the apartment, I went to sleep without thinking about anything else. When 7 p.m. came, Grandma Aoi called me, waking me up to come home. Grandpa had also woken up and Hiroyuki had gone to a hotel. Apparently, he's going to be in the city for a time. After the call with Grandma, I showered and changed clothes at the apartment and went back to Grandma and Grandpa's house to have dinner with them. At dinner, Grandpa was a bit knackered, as if he had not fully recovered from his drunkenness. He sat at the table while his head rested on his hands, watching a painkiller melt in his glass of water. While Grandma looked at me with sharp, staring eyes as we ate, making me feel really uncomfortable. The only good thing was that, in Grandpa's current state, he hadn't noticed how Aoi Basin was behaving during dinner. When we had finished dinner and Grandpa seemed to be feeling better after taking the painkiller, I told them about Judd's idea to start a company that would sell robot pets, like Eco. When they heard about it, they were both very happy. Even Grandpa, who was still a little down with fatigue, perked up when I told him about it. The next day was spent with Judd at the apartment, spending time together and working on improving the designs for the robot cat and iguana, as we took turns making a custom model for Peter. The next day, on Wednesday, June 17th, Judd and I went back to high school. Author's note. Sora Inuzuka has the features of both parents, having the general features of Johnny that make him look similar, with small differences. But those differences highlight the features of his mother, with the skin on his face being firmer and uniform, along with eyes that, although they resemble his father's, are more acute and intimidating, making Sora possibly more attractive than his father when he grows up. Judy Alvarez. Although her physical appearance is the same as in the game, she is a much younger version of herself, in which she had not shaved any part of her head yet, although she did have a similar haircut, and her hair was still brown without having dyed it yet. Her character has also deviated from the game, becoming more laid-back and cheerful. Judy knows this and is deeply grateful for it to Sora, who is the person who has helped her since she moved to NC, becoming her first real friend and the person she is in love with. Aoi Hatake. From the Inuzuka family, Aoi is brunette, without grey hairs, appears to be younger than she is, has black eyes, and possibly has some camouflaged cyberware installed for crisis cases. Author. You know the meme about Japanese women and how they age? That they look young, look mature, and look mature until they suddenly turn into avocados? Aoi is in the mature phase. Musasha Hatake, former bodyguard of the head of the most important family in Japan, has grey hair due to his age and also a grey mustache. He lost one of his eyes in service. When he is in a safe environment, he uses a normal patch to cover his missing eye and also partially lost his vision by deciding not to use any implant. Instead, when he needs it, he uses a patch with a small but powerful embedded computer, which gives him information in combat. Author. When I was starting the story, I had planned to make Sora regain consciousness while Hanako and Musasha were talking, when Hanako taught Sora to Musasha for the first time, when Sora was still in the BB-style incubator. I imagined Sora disoriented for the first time waking up as a baby, seeing that he was in some kind of incubator, but when he sees the orange crystal, he thinks he has reincarnated in the world of Death Stranding as one of those weird guides. And while he was moaning, cursing everything that came to mind, Hanako would lift the fabric covering the incubator, and Sora would laugh when he saw Musasha, who for him was missing the bandana to be Solid Snake, laughing happily at not ending up in the world of Death Stranding while Hanako put him back to sleep. Peter Alvarez is a calm person who has a great reluctance to weapons, most likely due to his past when he worked as an engineer for some corporation, which did not end well for Peter, before getting married and having Ainoa as a daughter, Judy's mother. Peter wears circular glasses and has hair with quite a few grey hairs for a brunette, to the sides and with a clear forehead. Ainara Alvarez, the bold and affectionate Judy's grandmother, Ainara does not give much importance to her appearance, wearing disheveled hair and more comfortable clothes, but after turning 50, Ainara was an attractive woman who, due to her neglect, hides her features, appearing older than she really is. After becoming friends with Aoi, who always teased her for her neglect, Ainara has been paying more attention to her appearance, and Peter was very pleased with the change and was mentally grateful to Aoi, since he did not dare to say something like that to his wife. Hiroyuki Hatake, Masashi's younger brother, who also worked for Arasaka until he retired after tragedy. He is 15 years younger than his brother, whom he always admired, who has black hair and a half-maner that he usually ties in a ponytail. He has been assigned to NC to review the complaint about a possible violation of the Black Wall. That's all. Ah shit, here we go again, I said in front of Watson Public High School as I waited for Judd, who was getting out of her grandparents' car. I just came in my ebb as usual. What a shitty place. Not that I mind the decadence of NC's public education system. Thank goodness I have other places to learn, like Peter and Cortana, because, if I had to settle for the content being taught here. Rather, if I had to settle for the crap interactive videos they play in class and the library, with most of their chips corrupted or outdated, I'd rather shoot myself. It would be difficult to find which side the bullet comes out. I guess politicians do not bother to improve the education system because it is in their interest that future voters are dumb and easy to manipulate. As I sighed again, thinking about the high school, Judd caught up with me and, "Nice touch, don't think I didn't notice," she said, smiling. "You've seen it, hey?" I smiled back. "Sure, how could I not notice? Duh. I was the one who made it and gave it to you. Of course I was going to notice you wearing the scarf," Judd said as she turned her back to me for a moment while she put something on. "Look, I brought mine too. Aren't they great?" She continued with a big smile on her face. "You know how people would stare at me on the street with a scarf in the summer? Haha, I can imagine. But you don't feel hot or anxious about wearing it. Nope. It feels like I'm wearing nothing at all. Hee hee. That's because of the thermo-absorbent alloy. As we talked, Judd and I approached the entrance of the high school. The high school was a 5-story building clad in sheet metal, completely covered in graffiti, with not a single gap to be saved. The 5 floors. I understand the first and second floors, of course. Why not? But when I thought about the third one, in that one, my eye closed a little bit without understanding the why. But you can see how motivated the person was to paint the 3rd floor, but the 4th and 5th. How the hell do they do it? Do they hang from the wall? Do they install scaffolding at night? How do they do it? I even came up with a theory, which was that a group of former students following some kind of tradition are the ones painting the high school, because I don't think the current useless students at the high school would be capable of something like that. Even if they were really motivated, it wouldn't look like that. This last change of badges was one of the best. They had drawn a small skyline of Watson in horizontal view, and under the skyline they drew some blades like a meat grinder, like a metaphor of the city, where every time someone fell in the city, they ended up chopped, as if the author wanted to express that this city doesn't allow mistakes, weaknesses, or second chances. Every time I passed by, I kept looking at it. I really liked it. Every 8 months they changed the metal sheets that cover the high school, giving it a shabby feeling because, after all, the building is covered with metal sheets, but at least it gives a temporary clean feeling that, at most, lasts a few weeks before they are totally covered with new graffiti, as if every 8 months they put new canvases for them. "Shall we go inside?" said Judd while he had the handlebars of the door of the high school in his hand, waiting for me while I was staring at the drawing as usual. When we got inside. What the hell? WTF, when we entered inside, both Judd and I were surprised most of the guys were wearing a black neck tube scarf around their necks and the girls a grey one. Some had lights on their scarves, but they were really crappy. Shit! Has become fashionable, everyone was wearing one. When I thought that, I unintentionally looked down at mine on my neck. Shit! Made me curse one more time in my mind. It makes me want to take it off. It looks like I'm following the fashion too. I have to take it off. No. Wait, I'm the original. These guys are imitating me. But people don't know that. Shit. Judd, maybe instead of a robot pet company, you should do a clothing line. It seems to have become fashionable. What the hell? What are all those bitches who always look down on me doing now? Wearing something similar to what I made. Those bitches, said Judd as she looked with anger at a group of bitches who were made up to the back of their necks while wearing necklaces and earrings. Everything they could get in their faces, I imagine, from all the crap they took. Like any self-respecting high school, we also had a football team and, along with them, their group of bitches around. I don't socialize much with the people at the high school, but Judd had some run-ins with that group. Even once, in the cafeteria, they tried to invite me to their table with their group, just to try to hurt Judd, thinking I would leave her alone. But when I surprised the bitches by sending them to piss off, they didn't take my kind words well and came back to bother me. But now with some members of the football team, all swollen and full of muscles and veins, which made the shape of their bodies look funny to me, like croissants. These guys' dream is to become pros. And high school football in this era has some pull. Why? Because it is the last period, where cyberware is not allowed, being the only category before you have to chrome up to your ass to not end up half dead, playing against people who are more juggernaut than human. Then these guys are put on steroids and everything they can get to perform as best as possible in their high school football period. With hope to get a contract with some corporation that will give them enough funds to be able to chrome up as much as possible. More funds, more and better cyberware. Making them pretty intimidating when they surround you all pumped up from their muscles and all the shit they take. But here's another funny thing. They are also the most fearful of ending up hurt with any injury that prevents them from being able to play. When I sent their girlfriends to piss off, they came to bully me. That made me extend my retractable Tanto, the first model that Grandpa gave me, and when I did, they didn't dare to follow. Unbeknownst to me, I was somewhat famous in high school for my visit to the kendo club. I wanted to see how good the kids my age were with the sword. When they saw me, they thought I was just an Asian boy who was interested in swords. As I found it entertaining, I went along with them and acted a bit shy, as if I liked swords but didn't know how to use them. They told me that before they would let me into the club, I had to pass a defense test. All the members would stand around me. They would shout to warn me of the next attack and I had to defend myself against them with the wood sword. These bastards gave me a training bokken, which was a sword with weights inside. Also, the bastards wanted me to bet money to see how many hits I could defend myself against, wanting to get the money out of me while they were beating me up. I agreed, but I said that one of them had to be the executor with all the eddies from all the bets, which they thought was strange, but they agreed, loading one of the guys with everyone's money, including mine, and that one walked out of the circle. When we started, I acted slowly and as if it was hard for me to lift the sword. I kept defending myself from the first 6 blows that were really warnings, but from the 7th blow, they began to laugh and stopped shouting and put more force in their wooden swords. When they did, I did too. I picked up the sword properly and got into position, and instead of blocking the attacks, I deflected them with a few moves, surprising the club members, who, when they realized that I had been teasing them all the time, decided to attack me all at once, serving them expensive. They gave me a bokken filled with weights inside. When I used it to hit all of them in the face, only the executor had all my money. After that I had become somewhat famous in high school due to that visit to the kendo club and how I left with my pockets full. I can only say that the kendo club level was disappointing. Back to the present, when we both were puzzled because everyone was wearing a scarf, I could see a young guy I knew who was not involved in any gang. And for a change, he came here even though it looks weird, to learn. He had glasses and hair on the sides. His name was Jimmy, but they called him. Oi, Mouse. What the hell is going on? Why are they all wearing scarves? Eh? Oh. Hi Sora. Well, for the same reason you're wearing it, right? It's because of the guy who did that chase with a fire truck while being followed by the police. Since the beginning of the week, they've been getting more and more fashionable, to the point that you see now. Wait, people liked the chase the other day that much. What? You're wearing one of those scarves, and you don't know how famous that guy and the driver have become? Apparently they are both our age and did something so awesome while everyone was watching, but those guys didn't look scared. They were enjoying themselves. Even when the guy was surrounded by drones, he just pulled out some EMP grenades and went on about his business. That guy is a legend. Of course, everyone our age who saw it would want to imitate someone like that. But still, Sora, said Mouse, as he looked me up and down, now that I see you, the scarf, the jacket, are you a cosplayer or what? Noticing a vein swell up on my forehead, I could hear from behind me as Judd puff ha. She was trying to contain herself at first, but started laughing at what Mouse said so hard it looked like she would throw herself on the ground to continue. Damn it. I look like a cosplayer of myself. Shit. Get lost, Mouse, I said, annoyed, as I pushed Mouse to keep them walking, who turned around somewhat puzzled and said, but if you're the one who stopped me. By the way, Sora, if you like cosplay in the summer, there's a convention in Kabuki. Shut up, Mouse. I said loudly, as I heard Judd laugh again now that she had stopped a bit. Ha ha ha, Sora, I didn't know that part about you, so you like that stuff. Ha ha ha, very funny, says the girl who is dressed as a mechanic 24/7. Don't mess with my clothes. They are comfortable. I can tell that you are Ainara's granddaughter. TCH, how annoying you are. As we talked, we passed through the security checkpoint with metal detector arches, along with the armed guards who were just inside the building, after passing even with Getsuga on the back of my hip, without the metal detectors beeping. That was because Getsuga's scabbard has a layer of fiberglass thick enough to insulate the blade of the sword, and the metal detector is not able to detect through it. It's not like they're going to take it away if they detect it. The detectors are only there to make sure we don't bring firearms, but we can bring almost anything else. When we passed the security check at the entrance, we started to cross the hallway and arrived at the elevator. When the doors opened, we got on the huge elevator that might as well have been a forklift or a cattle elevator. Just as the doors opened again and we arrived at our plant, Judd and I were greeted by a boy who had been pushed hard into the elevator doors before they opened. I grabbed the boy who was propelled towards us and stopped him in front of Judd, who was startled by the sudden surprise. She sighed in relief as I grabbed the boy. When I looked over his head, I could see a group of angry VVs. It seems that this boy had somehow upset some VV, Baby Valentino, and was using him as a soccer ball. Just as I was about to push him back onto the field, the boy said something desperate. Help me, please. TCH, wrong person you picked, buddy. I said before pushing him back into the Baby's Valentinos, who were waiting to play with him. When we got out and walked away, Judd looked at me with some reproach in her eyes and said, Sora, couldn't you have done something different before with that boy? What do you want me to do? Help him? Draw my sword and with it make a line. And whoever gets past it, break his legs? I don't know exactly what you expect me to do in those circumstances. I've already told you, but as long as I'm not bothered I don't care. I'm not saying that, But maybe you could have helped him in another way. Maybe in doing so you could have become friends with him." When Judd said that, I stopped and turned to look at her. I don't think it's worth all that trouble just to get those kinds of friends. Those kinds of friends. When you stop seeing them for a few weeks, for them you've been demoted in their friendships. If that period increases, it won't take long for them to forget about you until they only remember you once, maybe in years, to write you a message by obligation. I don't want that kind of friendship. Sora, you think that way about? Thinking about what I was going to say. No, Judd, you know I don't. He. She smiled, listening to me like a little girl. When we were finally getting to our class, before we entered, we ran into a group of Minimocs, the teenage version of the Mocs. When they saw us, they greeted Judd with joy while they looked at me with some resentment. I don't know if it's because I spend time with Judd and they don't, or if it's because I'm Asian and they think I'm a tiger cub. I don't like them very much, to be honest. As we sat at our desk at the back of the class next to a window full of bars. I don't understand how you're friends with the Minimocs. You know some of them have already installed the doll program. Yes, I know, but Sora, you would have to learn not to judge people. You say it like they do it because they want to. They all have different circumstances. Maybe having to help at home by contributing money, or maybe just to be able to live, since they don't have anyone they can depend on. Not everyone is as lucky as we are, Sora. TCH, don't get me to talk about being born lucky or not. But it's true that I have to start retiring that way of thinking. If you weren't such a closed-minded person and cared about other people, talking to them instead of just saying the first thing that comes to your head, you might be surprised. Grandma Aoi, I got you. Your disguises keep getting better and better. Awesome, you nailed Judd. I said as I clapped my hands and rolled my eyes at the let's be good and meet people mode that Judd has woken up with. Say what you want, but you know I'm right, and you comparing me to your grandmother is quite the compliment. Don't tell me that. I said as I nervously grabbed the desk. I have Grandma Aoi behind me, and that's why you're talking like that. I said as I acted nervous, with the imaginary Aoi behind me. As we talked, the class slowly filled up until a man entered the classroom and said, "Good morning, guys." He was wearing a grey uniform and a tactical belt with an M10AF Lexington holstered around his waist. That if you saw it for the first time, you would wonder what a prison guard is doing in my high school class. He was our school supervisor. In the high school there were no teachers. Instead there was an armed person to control the class, making sure there was no rioting or vandalism, and in case someone armed entered the building, to be able to subdue them. The one who taught the class, if you can call it that, is Watson's high school mascot, a pigeon. Yes, a freaking pigeon with a red eye like cyberware. Was the one who taught the class on an interactive video that was broadcast on a screen, where there should be a blackboard. With stupid videos of the subject matter, which consisted of encyclopedia definitions with images related to the subject read by the Institute's mascot, the pigeon, in an animated 3D recreation that talked. That thing. That mascot was hated by everyone because of its voice and way of talking. Our class supervisor, whose name was Caesar, surprised us all when, in a chemistry class in which almost all of us were falling asleep, the damn pigeon talked about combustion melting points and chemical reactions. The video stopped suddenly. It had corrupted files. Caesar turned off the screen, and he himself carried the rest of the chemistry class like an expert, asking us different questions and putting everyday examples into his explanations to prove to us that the things we were learning could be useful. Even the students who did not care about the classes paid attention. Judd and I were amazed with his class. His way of teaching seemed to us better than even Peter's. When the class ended, we approached him to thank him for his explanations and said that we really liked them. He smiled and gave us a problem if we wanted to learn more, with those little chemistry problems that we solved, and Caesar kept on giving us more and more complex ones. Thanks to those problems, we got to know our school supervisor, Caesar Diaz, a former firefighter from the Glen subdistrict, and the sad reason why he was a school supervisor. He didn't tell us anything, not at first, but we didn't need him to. Judd and I just searched his name on the net, just out of curiosity for the brilliant man who was working as a simple security guard at a high school. After looking him up, Caesar was the lieutenant of the 211th Firehouse, Glen subdistrict. They were the first firefighters to arrive at the H3 megabuilding fire along with former district chief Marcus. When Judd and I read the article, we were surprised. We both remembered that fire and what happened. Although we didn't believe everything that was in the news as if we were idiots, we didn't know the truth at the time either. With our heads full of doubts, instead of speculating and doubting Caesar, I asked him face to face at the end of a class. He was surprised when I told him that we had searched about him on the net, but he didn't judge us. Instead, he asked us what we thought, as we didn't know what to think. I told him just that I didn't believe everything they put on the news, but I wasn't going to get into conspiracies either. When I told him that, Caesar just smiled and asked us if we really wanted to hear his story, even warning us that we were too young, but that if we wanted to know, he would tell it to us. When Caesar told us the tragic history of H3 and what really happened, I felt like throwing up. I already knew politicians lied to us, but this was creating new standards for me about how low they could sink. The mayor had decided to cover up a gang war that had left nearly 400 civilians dead, blaming the FDNC and in particular Marcus, the chief district, for the fire and the deaths of 384 victims. How a lie from some politicians to hide a gang war had destroyed the family of his best friend, Marcus, who was branded and framed for the fire by the politicians and the media, causing him and his family to be condemned by the masses to ostracism, hatred, and unjustified violence, which ultimately ended in the death of his son in a vicious beating. A year before we entered high school, Marcus' son, Daniel, was beaten up and blamed for the fire in his family's high school. The beating was so severe that Daniel died soon after, as did Daniel's parents, who, after the death of their son, a part of them also died, and soon, both were gone. Caesar didn't go into too much detail, but when we asked him why he works as a supervisor, he told us that he was trying to do justice for Daniel, his best friend's son, by finding the culprits who had beaten Daniel to death. When Caesar finished telling all this, it made my stomach turn because of the tragic story, and Judd turned pale, but it also reminded us of a certain event that happened to Judd and me in which Daniel's name was called. And as we remembered, we looked at each other to confirm with our eyes if what we remembered was correct. It was when Judd and I had just arrived at the high school in our first year, and a guy started to bother Judd, asking her to be his doll and saying the typical shit that made you want to vomit just by listening. If it had been someone else, I would have only felt sorry for the poor girl who had to have a hard time enduring the words of Shiro Ishii, young leader of the Tiger Cubs, but the person who was making her feel uncomfortable, even grabbing her arm, was Judd. The thing ended up broken. Ishii's nose. I still remember the noise that his stupid nose made when it smashed into my forehead. When I headbutted Ishii, of course he totally lost control, screaming that he was going to kill me while bleeding like a pig from his nose. Just as he was about to launch himself at me, one of the guys with him, who towered over the rest, looking like a senior, yelled at Ishii and stopped him with a shout. He looked at me and said, "What's your name?" "Japanese," he asked. "TCH. It's rude to ask for a name without introducing yourself. You know?" "Japanese," I replied. "Smile. My name is Ahane Brock, Japanese," said Brock, a tall boy with somewhat dark skin, brown hair, and eyes so slanted that it looked like he had them closed. Inazuka Sora. When I said my name, some of them reacted as if they recognized it. Brock was one of them. "What the hell do I care what his name is? I'm going to kill him," shouted Ishii as he moved towards me again. "Ishii, don't you remember your father's warning?" said Brock, sighing as he spoke to Ishii. When Brock said that, Ishii's crazed expression disappeared for a moment, replacing it with one of fear when Brock named Father Ishii, who was well known by everyone in high school as one of the leaders of the Tiger Claw, one of the most dangerous gangs in NC next to the Maelstrom. Plus, the Claw are dangerous because of their relationship with Arasaka, becoming his dogs on the street. That's why Ishii, that little shit, could walk around as if it was his own while he had a retinue of the Tiger Claw kids following Ishii by order of their parents out of fear of their leader, Ishii's father, who by all accounts, is a piece of work, the bastard. Still puzzled by the warning he was talking about, Brock answered my doubts when he continued talking to Ishii. He said, "You know what your father told us?" Akaya Kuma, in Japanese, paid a visit to Wakako-sama, in which he said that he had retired to NC to take care of his grandson, Brock said while looking at me. "Wait a minute. Akaya Kuma, in Japanese?" When I heard that name and the grandson thing, an image appeared of a grey-haired man with one eye and mustache on his face with wrinkles. Grandfather's codename is Red Demon. I'll save it for when I need it, I thought at the time. Even at present I had not used it, waiting, saving it for when I could annoy Grandpa as much as I could. As I laughed at Grandpa's codename, I noticed a tug on my shirt as I laughed, which was Judd looking at me with a puzzled face as he pointed his eyes to all the tigers looking intensely, thinking that I was laughing at them. Even I pissed Brock off from my laughing attack, and they had understood that I was laughing at them thinking that they couldn't hurt me, because of the warning from Akaya Kuma. Ha 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 ha. Look at that bastard laughing at us. I'll kill him. When Ishii reacted again, he didn't hold back any longer, throwing himself at me again. No, it's not from you. It's just that red demon, Faha. When I was trying to explain myself while laughing again, Ishii couldn't hold back any longer and lunged at me again. Pack. That when Brock saw that Ishii was going to throw himself at me again, he grabbed him by the neck and pushed him against the wall. Bastard. What the hell are you doing? You know what father will do to you when he finds out about this. If Head-sama wants to, I myself will cut off one of my fingers for my mistakes, but meanwhile, I won't let you disobey Head-sama's orders. Hearing that and seeing Brock's determined face, Ishii left, but first he said something. Teich, you got lucky, you little shit. If it wasn't for Brock, you would have ended up worse than that faggot Daniel. Was his name? Finishing remembering what happened at the same time, Judd and I stopped looking at each other. And we told Caesar what happened. He just smiled sadly, saying that he already knew who they were, but he didn't have any proof. He even told us that he believes there is a video. Caesar told us that when Daniel's case happened, pictures of the beating appeared on the net. Caesar believes that it was recorded and that the video is still being passed around among some students in the high school. Apparently, not only did they beat him to death, but they also filmed him while they did it. Sick sons of bitches. But Caesar said, I've never been able to get a copy, while looking at me intensely as if he wanted to say something important with his intense gaze on me, which was pretty obvious. I didn't like what he was suggesting. I didn't want to get into shit. I felt like I was being used by Caesar, but I still remember Ishii's face when he talked to Judd and the look on her face. Yeah, I could mess Ishii up for life. That wouldn't be bad. I would gain karmic points, right? So I came up with an idea. All this conversation with Caesar happened a month after Judd and I started to repair the truck, so I proposed something to Caesar. Since he wants me to do something, I want him to pay for my services, so I proposed to him that I would ask for Daniel's recording to get a copy, but in exchange he had to get us spare parts for the truck. As soon as we started, we realized how difficult it was to find certain parts for trucks over 10 years old, and especially for certain specialized systems that only someone with contacts at FDNC could get. Like the spare parts one would need to fix the water cannon on a fire truck. Which, although he found disconcerting, Caesar agreed, but with some changes in our deal, he could get us truck parts with his contacts in the FDNC, and he would also help us, responding if we had any problems repairing a truck, which obviously seemed suspicious to him, but the parts could not be too expensive or ask for crazy things like an engine. Which I agreed to, and Judd, although she was excited that we were getting parts for the truck, didn't like that I would be associated with the people who would have the video of a high school beating to death. The truth is, it wasn't going to be the brightest jewels in high school that you would have a copy of that sort of thing, but a deal is a deal. Without having any idea who to ask about the video, the first thing I did was to go to a bathroom on the top floor of the school, which all the students knew was where they were dealing with illegal stuff. When I arrived and asked what they had, I realized how many sick people with very dark vices there were from so young, the amount of drugs and BDS of gore, snuff, and all that kind of shit they offered me while I was looking for a copy of Daniel's beating was tremendous. After buying some illegal BDS from one of the guys who sold them and becoming his client, I pretended to be a morbid bastard who heard about the rumor about the beating to death of a kid, son of the H3 culprit, and wanted that kind of material since it had happened in our high school. The guy knew about the video and said that when it happened, he sold it until it passed the trend. He told me he would talk to one of his regulars who bought it, and he could have a copy. After 2 months of waiting, I finally got a copy of the Daniel beating. All this started with giving a hand to Caesar, who had behaved and helped us a lot, getting us the parts for the truck we needed, but more importantly, I could mess with Ishii. If he really is the culprit of the beating, but after seeing the video, I was really hoping that these bastards would end up behind bars or dead. It wasn't just a beating. They took off his pants and started putting out cigarettes while Daniel was screaming and crying for them to stop. They kept laughing and making fun of Daniel, hitting him over and over again, until he stopped screaming and moving, leaving him alone in a field naked and bleeding. Although we got the video, no faces were shown, and also when any of them spoke, they had distorted voices on the video, which made it impossible to identify any of them. When we gave it to Caesar, I warned him not to get his hopes up about finding evidence, but he still thanked us very much. Caesar believed that with the video he was one step closer to getting justice for Daniel. Back to the present, when Caesar came in, greeting everyone as usual with hair. It seemed a little strange to me. He looked more tired than usual, especially his eyes, as if there was something different. When he saw us, he made an amused expression and nodded his head to greet us. It seems that he had noticed our absence these days in class after the chase, and by the smile on his face, I was sure he knew we were the two people in the fire truck at the chase. Besides, Caesar had secretly helped me without Judd knowing. I asked him for parts to repair the water cannon on the truck, so there was no doubt that he knew. He even recognized us quickly in this huge class with almost 80 teenagers of different ages. Why different ages in the classes? In the NC high school education system, there are no grades but levels. In the Night City education system, students must complete a series of subjects in order to graduate. To graduate, you must have all subjects at level 2 and 2 at level 3, or the alternative, have at least 5 subjects at level 5. Level 5 is the final subject level and is considered a major. There are a total of 20 subjects, and you must achieve level 2 in all of them before you can choose 2 to specialize in and raise them to level 3. This will allow you to graduate at age 18. Alternatively, you can choose 5 subjects and specialize in them, taking you to level 5. These specialized pathways allow you to follow a specific career path and are available in different packages of 5 subjects. This pathway is considered more difficult but also faster, allowing you to graduate before you are 18. Judd and I had chosen the alternative path of 5 subjects in order to finish before the age of 18. The high school is only available to students under the age of 18. If you turn 18 and have not reached the minimum level required, you will not be able to graduate or return to high school, at least not to a public one. As a result, you can find students of different ages in the classes. Caesar activates the screen, thus starting a video about the subject of the class, American history. The video starts with an image of the old American flag and a voiceover of the damn mascot pigeon. Welcome to the 20th and 21st century American history course. Today we are going to talk about the collapse of the old United States and the creation of the new United States of America in the 1990s. American society was polarized and conflicted. While some were fighting for radical change in the country's society and politics, others were defending the established system. This polarization and violence spread across the country, and the federal government proved unable to control the situation. In 1996, due to the strong polarization of its population and the fall of the world stock market, the United States found itself weakened and overwhelmed by unemployment, poverty, and corruption. Many municipalities collapsed or went bankrupt, and the government was burdened by staggering deficits. The United States of America could not survive this crisis without the help of patriotic corporations that bought up the country's debt in exchange for some control over the country's laws and politics. Thus, the new United States of America, NUSA, was created, a country made up of 51 states and several other territorial possessions around the world. Recreating the great prosperous country we once were, making America great again. Yes, sure. I thought, rolling my eyes as I listened to the verbiage of that damned talking pigeon. The damned pigeon has skipped as to how the CIA and the FBI in the decade of the 90s tried to control the stock market, falsifying the finances of the country by inflating the numbers with false data, creating a huge bubble of lies, that when the market could not hold any longer, it collapsed, and not only that of the United States, but due to the lies and false prosperity falsified, when the crisis broke out, the whole world state collapsed, sinking entire countries, sinking the value of the dollar until it was literally worthless and useless, and totally changing the geopolitical map of the world. As Europe reorganized as the United Europe, Eurotheater, or EEC, it became a political and economic group whose members encompass all of Western Europe. As creators of the eddies, or Eurodollars, the world's universal currency, the eddies play a substantial role in the way the EEC conducts its operations. Specifically, a country's overall wealth determines the level of influence of its representatives on the EEC's Euro Council. The richer a country's economy, the greater its influence. At the center of its operations is the Eurobank, one of the largest and most powerful banks in the world. And the current state of the new United States of America, or NUSA, is not that great either. According to the last statistics I saw, NUSA had one of the highest levels of income inequality in the world, with 99.99% of the wealth in the hands of 0.01% of the population. Over 65% of the population lives in abject poverty, and 25 to 50 million people were nomads or outcasts wandering the ghost towns of central NUSA. As we sat in the back row of the class, Judd and I, along with the rest of the class, heard a loud noise at the back door of the classroom. Someone had kicked the door open and slammed it against the wall. They were Ishii Shiro and 2 Tiger Cove. When Ishii entered the classroom, most of the students became agitated. Everyone knew how devious Ishii could be, and everyone was nervous or fearful except for one group who stared at Ishii with hatred in their eyes. They were the Minimocs, the same group that Judd had greeted earlier. As NC, the public high school can be considered a microcosm of the city, where, just like in the city and the adult versions of the gangs, the Minimocs hate the Tiger Cubs to death and vice versa. This hatred is based on the murder of Elizabeth Lizzie Borden, who could be considered the founder of the MOX that was created after her death. While other NC gangs made money from different illegal businesses, like the Valentinos with drugs and the Maelstrom doing business with the Scavengers with illegal cyberware, the Tigers don't deal with cyberware because they get it from their Arasaka contacts, who don't want to get angry by dealing with the cyberware they were given. The drugs were controlled by the Valentinos and 6th Street. So the only thing left was the pimp business and human trafficking, which is how the Tigers made their money, which was so lawless and brutal with their girls' boys that many fled to the shelter of Lizzie and her bar. When some Tigers killed one of Lizzie's girls, she hunted them down and killed them with an axe. With a freaking axe. The Tigers killed her in revenge, but she died as a true legend. These actions created an uproar that the Tigers could not have foreseen. All the escorts and minorities that Lizzie had helped created a wave. Lizzie's death set off a wave of protracted riots all over NC, and Tiger Claws members and businesses became the main targets of the violence. Those events established Elizabeth Borden as a symbol of defiance against gangsters' lawlessness and brutality. Her ideological successors commemorated her by rebuilding her place, naming it Liz's Bar, and forming a gang that brought together those who felt threatened and oppressed, especially among escorts and minorities. The hatred with which the Mocs started against the Tigers is still there, growing after all. Ishii did not heed Caesar's warnings, nor did he care about the hateful look on the Minimox's face, and walked into the classroom. As he walked past Judd and me, he smiled at Judd and winked. She got sick and started acting like she was retching, which made me laugh because of the exaggerated faces she was making. Ishii thought I was laughing at him, so, to avoid any more misunderstandings, I raised my hand to my nose and pointed a finger with the same hand at his nose while making a "so how's yours" expression. Since Ishii thought I was laughing at him, let that be. I don't want any more misunderstandings. Which when I did, Ishii instantly became enraged, taking his hand to his jacket as if he was going to pull out a gun. I didn't move or feel danger because I knew he was going to react that way given his volatile and sociopathic nature, but as I watched him reach under his jacket, my time slowed down, and I could slowly see how one of his tiger cub dogs that followed him grabbed his arm, stopping him and saying something in his ear. When the minion stopped Ishii's arm, it made time flow normally for me again. I can't control that feeling. It only happens to me when I perceive a possible danger, and not me if not. When Ark perceives it, TCH, it bothers me, not being able to control it. He shook his arm violently to release his minion's grip, annoyed by what he had told him. Which I imagine would be the warning that made the Red D-Demon, the Grand, he still makes me laugh. That Grandpa made to Akako, the fixer that appeared in the game who was known for her close relationship with the Tiger Claw in NC. Ishin, ignoring Caesar's words, advanced towards a semi-empty desk. Sitting down, he joined the girl who was sitting alone at it, making her visibly uncomfortable as he did so. The class remained silent as Caesar continued to stare at Ishii. "Did you not hear me? Get out of the class right now," Caesar shouted in a violent tone. "What's it to you, old man? Stop bothering me. While I'm here, shut up and let me learn, will you?" Ishii retorted disdainfully. "This is your last warning," Caesar said with an ice-cold tone, bringing a hand to his gun. The other students tensed up at Caesar's shouting and Ishii's provocations, which only escalated the situation, causing Caesar to bring his hand to his gun. "Now things have gotten interesting. How about I give you a few hundred eddies and you go piss yourself?" "Ha ha ha," said Ishii with a mischievous grin as his followers laughed with him. "Get out of class already," shouted Caesar while Kaya. "Ah. A weapon. Careful. Ah." Caesar was pulling out his Lexington and pointing it at Ishii. It made all the students panic and scream, and some started to crawl under their desks, fearing they would be shot. "Whoa whoa. Put that down, old man. Don't go do something you'll regret." "Do you want to die?" said Ishii, trying to remain calm and threatening but giving himself away by his nervous tone of voice. "What's the matter? Are you afraid? You say you're going to kill me? Tell me, Ishii, are you and yours going to kill me like you killed Daniel?" asked Caesar. Now he was the one provoking Ishii. "What? Are you crazy, old man? Who is Daniel? I have nothing to do with whoever he is," exclaimed Ishii. Really a pity Ishii has a talent for acting. If you didn't know him from the whole world of the high school as a cruel and somewhat unpredictable bastard, you would believe what he was saying. Ishii acted like the place was his without any filter or limit, never stopping flirting with girls. He had a fetish for first-year girls, with rumors about beating the shit out of some unlucky bastard and stuff like that happening often. Always going out with no problems, picking guys and girls with no band and no one to protect them to abuse them. Come on, a bastard. Don't lie to me. Caesar kept insisting to Ishii, who just kept his denial. I don't know what the hell you're talking about, man. Are you crazy? As they continued in that impasse, I started to get bored, and leaning on one hand, I started to look out the window to distract myself. I don't know why, but I really like to look out the window like that, especially in cars. In my old life, I would get pissed off to see what I was missing. But now, it relaxed me. What a thing. I mean, what is Caesar waiting for? Ishii to confess? What for? That confession taken out with a gun will not serve for nothing, as he said, to do justice for Daniel and his family. Unless he has changed his mind about justice and is satisfied with just killing the bastard? I'm not as idealistic as looking for justice in Night City. He. As I laughed thinking about what V said or will say to Tokemura at Tom's dinner. Back to Caesar, what is he planning to do? Kill him if Ishii says it was him? In front of everyone? Something that, honestly, I don't think Caesar has the balls to do, making this whole thing nothing but nonsense. What the hell is Caesar thinking? The students more and more decided to take shelter under their desks, frightened by the gun that, although not aimed directly at them, was pointing in their direction. Even Judd was scared, though she tried not to look it. Sora, don't you think we should cover ourselves? Judd said, looking brave but with fear in his voice. I'm a simp. When I thought that myself. Caesar, for God's sake, if you're going to shoot him, shoot. This is getting boring. Eh? What did you say, you son of a bitch? I mean, if Caesar shoots you, we can say you pulled the firearm out of your jacket, putting the students in danger. Surely you're such an idiot that you sneaked an iron into the school, right? Ha. What an idiot. Up until now, if you kept going on like this, playing the victim, you might have managed to get Caesar in trouble, but now. You think any of these shits would dare cover for a supervisor for shooting me? Ishii said as he turned to look at me seriously. Well, not really. Most wouldn't. They are cowards. But who wouldn't be? I mean, what would someone earn by messing with the son of Tiger Claw's leader? But, I said as I pointed to a group of girls who were smiling at what I was saying, but those girls seem enthusiastic about the idea of framing you, and if that would get your psycho father messed up, I'm sure even the mocks would be happy. As I finished speaking, Ishii moved towards the group I had aimed at, seeing the Minimocs smiling and nodding their heads before turning back to me in anger, realizing I had insulted his father. What did you say about my father, you bastard? What? Offended because I insulted your father? For what it's worth, I'll let you insult mine. I'm telling you he's crazy too. Look, we have that in common. Sora, noticing a tug on my shirt next to my name, I turned to find a somewhat exasperated Judd saying, "You're getting sidetracked." Ah, that's right. Well, why don't you go piss off, Ishii? So you can at least avoid getting kicked out of high school for carrying a firearm. When Ishii heard what I said, he kept silent as if he was making a decision. Ishii Pov, shit. If I get caught with my Arasaka Yukimura, I could be in trouble. I even bought and installed some Kiroshi optics with target analysis, along with a Tiger Claw dermal print tattoo on my forearm to use as a smart link, so I can use smart weapons. Although the supervisors can't frisk me without the testimony of a student, and needless to say most students wouldn't dare raise their heads to me, much less have the balls to testify against me, the only problem is the minibitches and that little shit Sora. Some supervisors years ago abused their authority by frisking students and abusing them while doing so, doing touching and stuff like that. Thanks to complaints from students and parents, supervisors from then on can't frisk students without another student's testimony about some illegal substance object. Blessed perverts. But I understand them. When I see the faces of the newcomers. Now I also understand Kazuo, my old fencing teacher, when he did what he did. I would have done it too. I don't hold so much of a grudge against that old man anymore. After all, he taught me this way. But I would have killed him anyway. The only problem is those wannabe hoes from the Minimocs. If I get kicked out of high school because of the mocks, tarnishing the name of the Tigers because of those hoes. Father. I don't know what he would be capable of doing to me, but I know I would never forget it. I have always hated Father. He has always been impassive to everyone, including his family, only caring about the Tiger Claws, the institution, not its members. He couldn't care less if they live or die. He accepted no excuses, and all mistakes he made each of them pay with his fingers. If they had failed too much or their failure was too great and they had no fingers left to pay for them, they would pay with those of their family members, and if their failure was irreparable, with their lives. Nor did he care about his family. Even when the only light in my life died, he didn't care. I still remember when I told him that my mother had died when I was 7 years old. A pity. Hiroko was one of the good ones. She always put up with more than the other hoes. Wah. The only thing I could think after hearing my father call my recently deceased mother a hoe was, my mother's name was Hikari. Even he didn't remember the name of the woman who gave birth to me. I was surprised how little my father cared about us. When I realized that, something inside me snapped. I hated Shiro Shigeo, my father, the leader of the Tiger Claws, but if I managed to kill him, it would currently do no good. I could not inherit his power and control over the Tigers. I have to wait to steal everything he has, like his ace up his sleeve that he is so proud of. I had already managed to steal his startup and user code. I just needed to keep it up and be patient. When I am sure I have stolen everything he cares about, then I can kill him. I already have it figured out how and everything. In front of his men while they watch, without moving an inch, showing my father that, just like he doesn't care about his men don't care who his boss is. Even at the worst moment in life, after my mother's death, when my 12-year-old self told him one night about how his right-hand man, Kazuo Tauka, my supposed fencing master, had abused me, he just laughed and kept drinking. Surprised because he thought Kazuo liked that stuff. As for me, all he said was, if someone has taken away your manhood, you should get it back. He only gave me a knife and those words. He didn't judge me, he didn't pity me, he didn't get angry, he didn't care. And I don't even think he remembers because of how drunk he got that night and how surprised he was when I killed Kazuo with the knife he gave me. When I was 12 years old, I killed for the first time. When Kazuo, after training, tried to abuse me again, I hid in my clothes the knife that father gave me, and I stuck it in his neck. What the hell am I thinking? If I go on like this, I'm going to remember my screams. If the best thing is to make someone scream to silence my screams, yes. That's the best thing. What was I saying? If the mini bitches and that little shit of Sora are the only ones that can give me problems. That freaking brat, I still hadn't forgotten how he had broken my nose with a headbutt when I was making my move with the newcomers. I liked their scared and bewildered faces from the first days at the high school. When I saw Judy Alvarez, I don't know why, but from the first moment I saw her, I wanted to see her face screaming and crying as I used her over and over again. I can still imagine her screaming. Shit, I have to stop. I'm getting. Whatever, that bitch and that little shit got lucky. If it wasn't for father's warning about a guy surnamed Inazuka, I would have left him just like that faggot who wouldn't stop screaming. Daniel. We'd better get out of here. I don't like having to give in to that little shit, but it's better than the alternative. General Pov, nodding his head, Ishii agreed and said, all right, we're out of here. As he said that, he turned to Caesar and said, but don't let him think we're going to forget this old man. Caesar, the class supervisor, at first didn't change his expression but lowered his gun. And when he saw that the situation seemed to be turning out and that Ishii was really going to leave the class, he put his gun back in his holster but kept one hand on it. The rest of the students also calmed down and started to come out from under their desks, seeing that the situation had calmed down a bit and they didn't have a gun facing them. As Ishii and company walked out, passing in front of Sora and Judy again, Ishii stared at Sora, who kept looking out the window, ignoring Ishii, which irritated Ishii because of Sora's attitude and his lack of respect and fear, acting as if nothing could be done to him, growing a perverted smile at Ishii as he came up with something to mess with Sora, looking at the person next to him that he always defended. It's still not too late for what I told you. If you become my doll, you'd really learn what a man is, you know, not like the little shit next to you. Ishii said, and at the same time he spoke he raised his hand to caress Judy's face, as he imagined really dark things seeping into her perverted and sadistic gaze, making Judd freeze at the look and the smile Ishii was giving her that this time was really making her feel sick and paralyzed for an instant by the disgusting emotion seeping behind Ishii's gaze. Seeing how Ishii's hand was about to touch her, Judy reacted again, shaking her head in disgust and avoiding Ishii's hand. But before she could do it, Sora had turned around and was looking at everything. He turned his eyes towards Ishii while saying a short sentence to him, "Ishii, if you touch her, I'll cut your hand off." After seeing that Ishii's hand had stopped, Sora turned his head towards the window again, ignoring Ishii. On Sora's face there was no joy, satisfaction, or mockery, just a serious expression, almost counting himself. When Ishii heard Sora's threat, he was surprised and annoyed, even erasing his sickly smile. He was surprised because he had unintentionally heeded the threat and annoyed by Sora's attitude, thinking that he could command him and that there would be no consequences, blaming Sora's behavior on the damn warning that his father had given and that Sora was just taking advantage of the warning by stretching it until it was broken. Judy unwittingly being saved once again by Sora from a bad situation and having stopped Ishii with her threat, flooding her with a feeling of security, almost intoxicated by that feeling, Judy ended up doing something that she would later regret forever. Because of the events that would trigger her comment. "You know, Ishii, some of the Minimox girls joined after they met you. After you used them once, you were done harassing them, forcing them to be with you out of fear. And because of the things they say after being with you," Judy said as she stopped talking and held up her hand, closing all her fingers except for her pinky, which she started to wiggle a bit as she continued, "A little thingy can't teach anyone anything. Thanks. But I'll take Sora's from what I've seen so far. I know he can teach me a lot more than you." What did Judd just say? Did I mishear? Thought a perplexed Sora, who was now looking out the window not to ignore or calm down but to keep them from seeing his face embarrassed by what Judy had said. When Judy said that without the slightest hint of embarrassment on her face as she had a smile on, Ishii had frozen in place, taking some time to process what Judy had told him. Some of the students turned around looking at Sora as they smiled and gave him knowing and mischievous looks on their faces. Shit. What is Judd thinking? It's true that in these days we've spent in the apartment alone, we got to know each other better, Judd and I, without doing anything crazy, but something did, Sora thought. PFFTH. With some sounds of restrained laughter among the majority of students who had heard Judy's retort and double R, there was the not at all restrained laughter of the Minimox, who were all laughing at Ishii from Judy's comment. Ishii seemed to be still frozen, as his brain had refused to process what he had heard, but when he heard the laughter of the other students, who had never dared to laugh at him, it woke him up like a hammer on the head. Embarrassed by the laughter, Ishii thought of nothing else and raised his arm quickly as, "What did you say, bitch?" He shouted and threw his raised arm towards Judy's face with all his force, hoping to see her scream in pain and regret for having dared to laugh at him. Judy, noticing the knuckles rapidly approaching her, only had time to close her eyes and prepare for the blow. But before the blow came, she felt a strong wind whipping around her and bam! A loud noise behind her that she did not expect made her cringe in surprise at the sudden noise. And when she opened her eyes for the blow that did not come, Judy saw Sora's arm that had stopped Ishii's arm, a few inches from her face, touching her hair. Standing right next to her was Sora, looking as furious as a bird of prey at Ishii. In this situation, everyone tensed up again because of Ishii's violent act, which, although it had surprised them, they realized that obviously someone like Ishii was not going to accept such a joke. But what most surprised the people in the class, along with Ishii, was Sora's reaction and the loud noise he had generated by standing up, becoming a blur to most eyes in the class, even Ishii's eyes that had cyberware in them. Sora had caught Ishii's arm before the chair he had kicked hard as he got up crashed into the wall, leaving the class speechless at the blur. Sora had become to move faster than the metal chair he had thrown so hard that it had crumbled into pieces when it crashed. While everyone was still trying to process what had happened, Sora spoke in a low, cold tone that made people's skin crawl as they listened and saw the expression Sora was making, as he continued to hold tightly onto Ishii's arm. "What did I tell you, Ishii?" asked Sora as he increased the pressure of his grip. Ishii groaned in pain and realized that he couldn't move an inch. With a surprised expression, he raised his head to look Sora in the eye. Since when did he get so tall? Ishii thought in disbelief as he realized that Sora, who he used to call little shit, had grown up and become more intimidating in the short time he hadn't seen him. The age difference between them almost seemed to have disappeared, and Ishii understood why he, earlier, had unintentionally heeded Sora's warnings. The sense of danger that Sora was conveying to him made him feel intimidated, not believing that he was younger than him. Ishii began to feel anxious as he realized that he could not move his arm as the pressure increased. He wondered if Sora was carrying cyberware too. Activating the Kiroshi optic scanners with target analysis in his eyes to scan Sora for any cyberware that might explain what was going on. Ishii began scanning Sora. Sora felt a disgusting sensation similar to the one he felt when Cortana was recording them, but worse, it was more nauseating, as if something invisible and sticky was crawling over his body. Sora felt the origin of this in Ishii's eyes as he was being scanned. In response, Sora forcefully squeezed Ishii's arm even harder. Ishii screamed in pain, and with his scan still active, he saw something in him. As Sora felt small discharges pass through his arm into Ishii's and knew it was Ark. Wondering what he was doing, but seeing Ishii's increasingly pale and frightened expression and how he was even pissing himself, Sora knew it must be something good. That made him smile. Moments before, when Ishii had begun to see something strange, Ishii had started to panic when he saw darkness starting to appear in his vision from Sora. For Ishii, it was as if the pixels of his Kiroshi optics were turning off and creating a formless figure that grew from the darkness of the pixels around Sora. The figure completely covered Sora, shrouding his face with darkness from pixels and terrifyingly clear blue eyes. Suddenly, as the shadow finished settling on Sora, it grinned terrifyingly like a beast about to devour Ishii, making Ishii, who had seen all that, scream it. In fear and panic, he pulled out his Arasaka smart gun from under his jacket with his free hand, firing it as fast as he pulled it out. But with the current state of Kiroshi optics, they could not target the shadow that Ishii saw covering Sora, making the few bullets that Ishii managed to shoot fly aimlessly around the classroom before something suddenly caused him to lose feeling in his hand, making him stop firing. Moments before Ishii fired, Sora, without wasting time seeing what Ishii was going to do, also moved, and the hand he didn't have holding Ishii, which had all this time been wielding Getsuga, became a blur when unsheathing Getsuga, which could only be seen for less than a second before it was sheathed again. A beautiful blade with an almost brilliant white sheen on its edge, with the rest of it behind his hamon being ebony black, cut Ishii's hand that held the weapon, before Sora resheathed it. The next instant the cut was so fast that Ishii's blood hadn't even stuck to Getsuga, and so clean that Ishii's severed hand holding the weapon didn't fall until after Sora resheathed Getsuga. Pack! With the sound of Ishii's hand falling to the ground with his weapon still gripping it tightly, he could hear a "Ah!" Ishii's scream of pain as he fell to the ground while holding the end of his stump, which was bleeding non-stop, staining the classroom floor with blood. After Ishii's scream, no one in the class reacted or said anything. Everyone stood still, frightened by what had just happened. Only Sora approached Ishii, squatting down so that their gazes were at the same height. In a calm voice, cold and full of hatred for him, she said, "I told you I would cut off your hand, Ishii." Sora had been holding back all the time since he saw Ishii's face, making Sora look out the window to control himself, lying to himself, saying he did it because he was bored. But the truth was he was trying to calm himself down so that the feeling of hatred he had towards Ishii wouldn't possess him and make him do something crazy. After watching the Daniel's beating video and remembering Ishii's interest in Judy, Sora had been having nightmares in which Judy was the protagonist of that kind of Ishii's videos. His hatred for Ishii increased to a disturbing level for Sora, who was lying to himself, denying the importance of his dreams and denying his growing hatred, until now. Sora stood up again, and seeing that his chair had just been destroyed, he looked at the empty desk in front of him, picked up the chair in front of him, sat back down at his desk and leaned his head back on his hand as he looked out the window. After Sora sat down, the first reactions came. Kya! When the first students reacted again, screaming, they woke the rest from their trance, causing everyone to react again. Especially the two accompanying Ishii, who was still sitting on the floor clutching his stump. One of them took out a bounce back, or some other type of first aid medicine from his jacket and injected it into Ishii's forearm, which stopped him from grunting in pain and stopped most of the bleeding from his stump. Caesar also reacted again, controlling the class and calming the students, while also approaching Ishii's severed hand and securing his weapon. Taking the hand and the gun, he approached Ishii and his companions. Although he didn't show it, Caesar seemed pleased by the sorry state of Ishii, who was still sitting in a puddle of his own piss and had a blank stare staring at his stump, not quite understanding what had happened. Caesar sent Ishii's two companions and Ishii to the infirmary. He also gave them his hand, cut from Ishii, to one of them who did not like very much to be the one to carry it. When Ishii and company came out of class, Caesar took a long sigh and looked at Judd and me. "Sora, Judy, you can come with me to the hallway." When we came out, Caesar asked us, "How do you guys want to do this?" "What do you mean?" I replied. "I mean, how do you want me to write today's event report? If I didn't ask you, I would say that Sora Inuzuka cut off Ishii Shiro's hand when the former stopped an aggression toward his girlfriend, Judy Alvarez, who had dared to ridicule in public the leader of the Tiger Cubs, son of one of the leaders of the Tiger Claw." When Caesar said that, Judd, who was still a bit in shock from what had happened, reacted, realizing that if she hadn't. "Oi, Caesar, Don't say it like it's Judd's fault. I could have done something else. But, besides, what were you thinking aiming your gun at Ishii and bringing up Daniel? I'm just worried about you guys. You know it's best not to relate to them, about Daniel, not here, not now. TCH. Whatever you say, then leave Judy's name out of it and that's it. Are you sure, Sora? Yeah, I'm sure, Judd. I like it better that way. Knowing Ishii, he'll never tell how he got his hand cut off and pissed on. It's better to leave you out of it. That way you're safer. Besides, I still have wait a minute, that's a waste of history. I was interrupted by a voice coming from the classroom entrance. What are you doing here? Caesar asked the group dressed in brightly colored sportswear and revealing transparent parts. All the clothes were from Bitch, the Mox clothing brand. The group, led by Selen Q, or Selena Quinn, an African-American girl older than us, was the Minimox who had left class, listening to our conversation with Caesar. We were listening. Hey, you Sora, if you're going to tell the old man that left Judy's name out, then say that a Minimox was the one who ridiculed the Tiger Cubs leader. Besides, it's not like it's a lie. For us, we consider Judy one of our own, kind of, like an honorary Minimox. What? Do they want to start a gang war over this? If Ishii's father finds out that the Mox are related, this could escalate further. That's why I didn't want to relate all this shit. It's better if only I show up in all this crap. If I'm lucky, the leash Grandpa put on the Tiger Claw would have to put up with that little cut, right? Sora, what do you think? Judd asks to know my answer. No, it's better if no one else shows up besides me. I understand you want to use it to mess with the Tigers, but they can also go off the deep end and start a gang war. I refuse to be in on that shit or have anything to do with it. You think we're asking permission? Like we said, Judy is like she's one of us. Said Selena, getting serious, the younger sister of Susanna Quinn or Susie Q, like her sister, a member of the Mox, who at the time of the game would be one of the bosses. Selena, however, was never named. TCH, for my Judd can be the reincarnation of Lizzie for you people, and I will keep saying the same thing, stay out of it. I don't want this to escalate to more. If I had thought things through a little more, I wouldn't have even acted like this. What a bummer. Did it scare you what Ishii is going to do? Still, it must have been great to cut that bastard's hand off. When Selena said that, without meaning to or realizing it, it made me relive the moment when I cut Ishii's hand. Which made me realize how thrilled I had been to do it and how much I hated Ishii for how much I had enjoyed it, controlling myself from getting a heinous grin on my face as I thought. It made me realize how much hate I had been contending with due to the dreams I had some nights since I saw Daniel's video. But not with Daniel. It was with Judd in them, being even more horrible than Daniel's video. When I woke up, I pushed them to the back of my mind, avoiding thinking about them, with difficulty, as I remembered them perfectly when I woke up, seeming more like a memory than a dream. I don't regret cutting off Ishii's hand. I only regret that I wouldn't have been able to key Sora. Eh? What's wrong? When Judd called out to me, snapping me out of my thoughts, I realized that I had stopped holding back my expression, growing a violent smile, which had even made Selena. Ha 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 ha, so you've enjoyed it so much. Ha ha ha. Okay, as you say, we'll leave this matter. I'm not going to get angry over simple report, although I still think it's a wasted opportunity to screw the Tigers. But if you care so much about leaving Judy out of it, I recommend you two spend some time apart when you get out of here. If Ishii were to do something, he'd do it outside of here, where there are no rules. One other thing, Judy, my sister, has asked me to ask the brainiacs I know. She has a business in mind. Let me know if you are interested in earning a few eddies. With those words, Selena and the rest of Minis walked back into class. After they left, I finished talking to Caesar about the incident report, leaving Judy out of it. The rest of the day went by without any incident. I talked to Judd about what Celine told us and we agreed that she would go home with the Minimox after high school or directly with her grandparents if they came to pick her up for the couple of weeks left to finish the school year. We also talked about the business that Selena had mentioned, which, if I guess correctly, will be either editing or creating porn BDS, haha. I don't know if the current Judd liked the idea too much. I didn't like it either. I didn't want Judd to become that lonely and cold girl that worked in a dark basement that appears in the game. But before I said anything, Judd told me that she was kind of excited about the idea of being able to earn some eddies to help her too with our company, with a big smile on her face. When she told me that, I didn't say anything. If she wants to do it, and when she finds out, I'm sure she will be surprised. But if she still decides to go ahead, I will respect her decision. When the last class was over, I said goodbye to Judd and Peter, who had come to pick her up, and went home in my ebb. When I got home, "Hi, I'm back. Everything okay at the high school, Sora?" "Yes, Aoyo Basin. Nothing got out of hand." "Well, Sora, come, I want to introduce you, although I think you already know each other more or less, to my little brother, your uncle Hiroyuki," said my grandfather Musasha, who was sitting on the living room sofa next to Aoyo Basin in front of a person who could only see his back until he turned around, revealing his face and saying, "Hello, Sora." "Shit. Sora, where are your manners? Tell that to your brother. Look at the face he's making. He looks like he's going to jump on me. He's just holding back because you're present, Grandpa," I said to my grandfather while pointing to his brother, Hiroyuki, who had turned to greet me, revealing a terrifying smile as he did so, full of revengeful intentions. "Shit. Fufu, Hiroyuki. Boy, you didn't forget what I told you when you locked me up, did you?" Hiroyuki said while his grin widened. "Grandpa, say something to your psycho brother." Hiroyuki: "I heard from Musasha that every day you guys have combat training. Tell me, have you already gone in?" "Shit. No, they haven't trained yet." "Grandma. Betrayer." When Hiroyuki heard Aoyo Basin, he got up from the sofa, took off his black blazer quietly and rolled up the sleeves of his shirt as he headed towards the door of the training area while SSH. Two blades unfolded from his forearms, revealing twin mantis blades. As he reached the door, he turned to his brother and me, saying as he smiled violently, "What are you waiting for?" "I forgot, I have a lot of studying to do to prepare for my final exams for the course. So I don't think I'll be able to train with you guys, which I would love to. You know I would, but Sora, don't think you're going to leave me alone against the Hiroyuki that you turned on." Hiroyuki, since he was little, he's always been very spiteful. He never forgets. Even if you save yourself from this one, he'll get you another time. Believe me, it's better we get through this fast. Blyat. "Okay. You want me to beat the shit out of you, old man? So be it, shit," I said as I too took off my jacket and grabbed Jestuga, somewhat resentful and annoyed by the situation. "Have a good time, dear," said my grandmother as she patted my grandfather's back in encouragement, which made me think, do you think I want to do this? I'm getting too old for this sort of thing," said my grandfather as he got up and headed for the training room reluctantly. General POV. At the same time, in a 6-story building in Japantown, owned by the Tiger Claws, the building was used by the Tiger Claws as one of their bases. On the first floor facing the public, there was a gambling business with slot machines and pachinkos, while the second and third floors were used as a base and managed the real business of the gang, such as the company bar, which was on the 4th and 5th floors. It was a private drinking and company bar, where several powerful and wealthy people could enjoy company and entertainment with privacy. With private rooms on the 5th floor, the 6th and last floor was used to hold and educate new girls who were smuggled into the country or were unlucky enough to end up in the clutches of the Tigers. On the 6th floor there was what could be described as a dungeon with several rooms with bars on the windows, where the Tigers educated the girls or boys they kept locked up while abusing them, drugging them, and making them dependent on drugs and then paying for their abuse with more drugs, creating a horrible cycle of assault and drugs that broke the will of most of the people locked up in there. Since the invention of the doll program that lets the program take control of the body, protecting the user from the life of the adult industry. No one in NC does things like the Tigers, but sadly there is demand for the service without the program. Sick people who like the girls or guys they buy to have feelings, to be afraid, to be desperate, making them do things that the doll program could not do. And that is why the Tigers kept using the old system of drugs and assault. On the 3rd floor in a room that the Tigers used as an office, Ishii stood in front of Shiro Shigeo, one of the Tiger Claws leaders of all of Night City, and his father. "So what happened?" Shigeo said to his son, who was standing in front of him. "So what happened?" said a man with a sharp, aquiline face, with a square jaw and pronounced cheekbones, almond eyes and dark skin, visible scars on his face and tattooed neck, short dark hair, chrome limbs, and cyberware marks across his face. creating an authoritative image that easily intimidated normal people who saw him. He was Shiro Shigeo, Ishii's father, and one of the heads of the Tiger Claws. When Ishii heard what his father said, he remembered what had happened after he was knocked unconscious. Against Sora's intentions and as Selena Q wanted from the Minimox, who still thought it was a waste of an opportunity to mess with the tiger, and before Sora's refusal to put them in the report, Selena came to the conclusion that it doesn't matter what an official report says if they themselves and the rest of the minis could tell the story as they wanted. And so they did, telling, without Sora's knowledge, how a Minimox had laughed in public at Ishii Shiro, leader of the Tiger's Kufks, and had ended up with him with his hand cut off, omitting Sora's name as well as Judy's, since at the end of the day they only wanted to mess with the tigers. They got what they wanted, while Ishii and the other two witnesses to the incident on the tiger side did not hear the rumor of what had happened, as they were accompanying Ishii while he was being treated in the infirmary. They could not tell their version of events or deny the rumor, telling another version, so the Minimox story spread quickly and reached the ears of other students and gangs in the high school. That after hearing the rumor and learning that Ishii was actually in the infirmary unconscious while having his hand reimplanted, not only didn't help deny the rumor but made it spread even faster. Soon after, the rumor became the real story of what had happened for the rest of the high school students and gangs. In addition, Ishii never gave his father's real information as a guardian and contact, so his father and leader of the Tiger Claws never received the official report from the high school. This meant that Ishii's father found out what happened through the younger members of the gang who had just graduated from high school and were now officially Claws, such as Brooke, who still had contact with the rest of the Kufks, especially with the seniors, and was one of the first to learn of the story told by the minis. When Ishii woke up and found out what had happened while he was unconscious, he almost went crazy, or just crazier than he already was. This made it so that every time he passed someone from the high school after leaving the infirmary, he would see them laughing at him, even though Ishii was the only one who saw it. This made him relive the moment his hand was cut off, in his head, hearing the laughter of the whole class. Although the laughter of the students and the cutting of Sora happened at different moments, in Ishii's crazed mind he could only remember it that way. This caused the laughter from that morning's event to keep echoing in his head, amplified every time he crossed paths with a student and imagined they were laughing at him, causing Ishii's mind to fill with hatred for Sora, for Judy, and for the laughter ringing in his head, and especially for the minis who had created and spread the rumor about what had happened. For Ishii, revenge was an understatement. He didn't want to kill them. Ishii wanted to hurt them, make them suffer, and make them scream and cry as they regretted what they had done after tearing them apart, and when it was over, kill them when there was nothing left. Going so far as to use the laughter he heard in his sick mind as fuel for his twisted desire for revenge, making his disturbed mind ignite, determined to achieve his ambitions. Making Ishii keep thinking about how he could achieve it, as he didn't just want Sora and Judy. No, Ishii wanted revenge on all those he considered guilty. Ishii, determined by his twisted desire for revenge, realized that he could take advantage of this situation. He could use the rumor that minis had spread and created to get the Tiger's backing, which he would not have had if the real story had been made known or his father had received the official report from the Institute about today's events. It described how the student Sora Inuzuka, the grandson of the man who so frightened Ishii's father, had been the one who had actually cut off his hand, making his father surely happy to learn that it was his son and not Red Demon's grandson who had been injured. What Ishii did not know is that his father, Shigeo, had met the Red Demon or the Red Oni of Arasaka, and was the only survivor when he was young and his branch of the Tiger Gang dared to sell cyberware given by Arasaka, something that, when Arasaka found out, he ordered to eliminate all the Tiger branches that had dared to disobey them, turning Musasha or Red Demon into something like Shigeo's personal Babaraga. Ishii knew that to realize his revenge he would have to pay a price, which would be the punishment he would receive from his father, confirming the rumor spread by the minis in front of him, stating how he had tarnished the name of the Tigers. But if he survived the punishment, he would have the support of the gang for his revenge. You're really not going to say anything, kid? You know, normally I wouldn't give a damn what you do, but the story Brooke told me bothers me. But I don't believe it. You know why? Because I know my son is not such an asshole as to mess with one of the only 2 rules I told you to have in high school. First, don't mess with the Inuzuka kid, and second, don't mess with Tiger's name. And that's why I couldn't believe the story that my son, in a fit of rage against a Mox Ho, pulled out his firearm and it all ended with him getting kicked out of high school, having his hand cut off and becoming the freaking laughingstock of the high school. Messing with the Tiger name like I told you not to do. Quiet. Heh. Ishii, knowing that nothing good would happen when he started talking, doubted for a moment of sanity about his plan. But, only after that second of silence in his head, in doubt of what he was going to say, laughter rang out again inside Ishii's head, and they practically made the decision for him. "It's true, father, what you heard, from Brooke, next to me, carrying a gun to class and ending up with my hand cut off. It's all true," Ishii said, knowing that what awaited him would not be good, but all he cared about now was silencing the laughter in his head, and he knew how, by replacing it with screaming. Shigeo was surprised to hear his son and see his state. He didn't seem like the usual overbearing and violent one Shigeo remembered. Ishii seemed more mature and determined, with a violent flame inside him that burned him. Shigeo, knowing what that flame was, could only smile inside, knowing how his son's desire for revenge was such that it seemed to be burning inside him. "I see. And the reason you were carrying a firearm was to be prepared in case of need, right?" Shigeo for the first time felt something akin to affection for his son seeing the change. But still his son had managed to tarnish the tiger's name, and that is something no one could do without punishment or without paying for it. "Yes. I see." With that sentence open, Shigeo got up from the desk chair and stood in front of his son. When he was close enough, he took his sword and slashed Ishii's arm from the elbow down, the same arm that Sora had slashed that very morning. Ishii screamed again in pain from the cut on his amputated arm for the second time today, screaming less than the first time, possibly already used to this level of pain. "Since you are so comfortable with a gun on you now, you will always carry one. Go see the Ripperdoc of the gang and tell him to put something powerful on your arm. It's on me. And Ishii, you have a week to heal. When you finish, you will have only one chance to clear the name of the Tigers. You will have the support of the first-year clause. Don't mess it up, son." With a sickly smile even as his arm was cut off as he listened to his father. "Thank you, father. I swear I will clear the Tiger's name," Ishii said as he grabbed for the second time that day the end of his stump on his arm as it bled and headed towards the Tiger's Ripperdoc. Ishii still hated his father and didn't forget his plan to steal everything he had, but it's not time yet, and for Ishii, his father was still useful. 1 week later, Thursday, June 25th, the last day of the school year. In a classroom on the 4th floor where the end-of-year exams were being held. ZZZ. Someone was sleeping. "Okay, time's up. Stop touching your screens, and send me your exam answers," said the class supervisor when the exam time was over. ZZZ. While the rest of the students were rushing to finish answering the final exam questions, they were typing on their desk screens. Someone was still asleep. Sora. "No. I don't want to train anymore. Leave me alone, you old creeps." "Sora, damn it, wake up already," said Judy, trying to wake up Sora. "Hey. It's you. Is the exam over already?" "Of course it's me. Have you answered any questions on the exam? Come on, wake up already and send whatever it is you had time to put in before you fell asleep. What is wrong with you this week? You've been falling asleep almost every hour of class. Just so you know, I finished answering all the questions before I fell asleep. You don't know the torture I live in," Sora said, holding a hand to his forehead dramatically before plopping back down in front of his desk without energy as if he were a puppet whose strings had been cut. It had to be known that his uncle and grandfather had been forcing him to do Spartan training every day this week, even on the weekend, which was even harder. Taking Sora out of the city to camp in the Badlands so that he could train in an open and quiet environment. It was also the first time Sora had left the city, although he didn't say it and made a bad face at his uncle, saying things like, "I'm sure it's still part of your sick revenge, uncle." The truth was that Sora liked the experience very much. Why was all this training, along with the Badlands camp around the city that Sora and Hiroyuki did by themselves? There were two reasons, one for Sora and the other for Hiroyuki. Sora's reason was due to what happened the first time the three of them trained together, making Hiroyuki surprised by Sora's physical abilities that made Hiroyuki nervous several times during the training, especially Sora's martial skill with the sword. But all that surprise disappeared when in the training he passed to the use of firearms and combat training instead of martial duels, where Hiroyuki began to demonstrate his mastery and his true form of combat that unintentionally impressed and won the respect of Sora. Unlike his older brother, Hiroyuki's combat form was fluid, changing weapons according to the situation. Even when he was still using his mantis as his main weapon, He used his firearm to interpose, stall and cut the charges that Sora and Musasha made with their swords. With rubber training bullets, it showed a huge difference to Musashi's way of combat, which, while it is true that he used other weapons alongside his sword, he didn't use them as efficiently and fluidly as his younger brother, having too much confidence in the use of the sword alone. When Hiroyuki saw Sora's stance, speed, and accuracy with firearms, he felt a bit disappointed and angry, not with Sora, who had done exceptionally well for someone of his age, but because it paled in comparison to the skills Sora had demonstrated with the sword. But what infuriated and disappointed Hiroyuki was that he was beginning to see the same mannerisms and bad habits that his brother had with his overuse of the sword and his lack of fluency when it came to mixing the two. Swords and firearms. When Hiroyuki realized this, he seriously turned to his brother in anger and said, "Musasha, what the hell have you been teaching this kid besides martial arts and swordsmanship, for crying out loud? If he keeps going down that path, he's going to turn into a fool like you, who only uses his sword, committing recklessness because of it, going so far as to do crazy things like running towards an enemy who is gunning for you, blindly relying on your sword skills instead of simply drawing your firearm and neutralizing the threat. Remind me, brother, what happens to people who fight like this?" With some embarrassment for the rhetorical question asked by his younger brother while scolding him for instilling too much use of the sword in Sora when there are times when it is more prudent and wise to change weapons, to always have the one that best suits the situation and not take unnecessary risks, as happened to Musasha when he lost the eye. "They end up wounded," Musasha said in a low voice, surprising and amusing Sora by the unseen semi-childish attitude of his grandfather. "I didn't hear you, Musasha," Hiroyuki said in a loud tone, almost sounding like the older brother and Musasha the little of a couple of kids. "I said you can get hurt. Freaking happy. Yeah, better. Sora, you have a natural talent for combat. You have great reflexes, reaction time, and a body that can follow them. But with your current combat level, you're on a precipice, kid. If you continue on your current path, you will become, I'm sure, the next one after my brother to carry the title of the best with the sword when you grow up. I'm not saying that's bad, but it will also make you too focused on your sword, and you could end up doing crazy things like your grandfather did, and that made him lose his eye." "Who? Grandpa, so that's why you lost your eye?" asked Sora, interested in knowing how his grandfather lost his eye. Even though Sora had asked several times, he had never been told. "TCH, boy, it's not that easy, but Hiroyuki is right. It was when I was in my prime and maybe too drunk on myself because of how people considered me the best sword user. I also wanted to prove that the sword was universal, that in any combat situation, even against snipers, the sword was all I needed. If instead of filling my head with nonsense I had been a little less stubborn, now I would have two eyes. I still remember that Russian bastard obsessed with revolvers, who shot me in the eye. Besides, you have the potential to inherit Musashi's title without inheriting his flaws, but you have to act now, kid," Hiroyuki said before continuing to speak. "That's why I say you're on a precipice, kid. From what I've heard, you've been in a combat situation before, and as I imagine you've already realized, in such a dangerous situation, the only thing left in your mind from all your training is what you have the most mastery in. But what you should be doing is mixing all the skills you know, creating a unique and personal form of combat of your own, kid." When Hiroyuki finished explaining, Sora was silent while thinking about the advice Hiroyuki, his uncle, had told him. Sora would agree 100% if it wasn't for everything he thought about dying a virgin again. Seeing his brother and grandson together made Musasha remember when Hiroyuki did the same with his sons, causing Musasha to feel saddened knowing how his younger brother had not gotten over Ishida's death and was still haunted by the events of that tragic day. Coming to the second reason why Sora and Hiroyuki's camping trip to the Badlands for the weekend was organized, Musasha hoped that his little brother could gradually forgive himself for what had happened with Ishida by spending time and getting to know his nephew. For Hiroyuki to realize, as Musasha and Aoi did when they raised Sora, that life goes on whether we want it to or not, and it is our choice to move forward as long as we live or stay stuck in the past reliving what was lost. After that weekend of training almost 24 hours a day, Sora had greatly increased his skill with the use of firearms, making Hiroyuki surprised with the speed with which Sora learned, being able to steal or copy Hiroyuki's moves when they did combat only with fists and guns. Making Sora in the last Sunday afternoons in his last duel with his uncle, only with firearms and martial arts, he was able to tie with his uncle for the first time, creating his own style of hand-to-hand combat with weapons and improving his aim, speed and posture to a level that can follow the rest of his skills now. That when he got home and Musasha saw Sora's personal armed martial art created by his brother and grandson, he felt envious of what they had created and he had not participated in. But seeing the more relaxed change in his brother, he could only smile and get excited. He also wanted to collaborate in Sora's training, almost repeating the process that Sora went through with his uncle of mixed weapon and martial art duels. But now with him. Enthusiasm and not wanting his little brother to take all the credit led to long nights of training for Sora with Musasha and Hiroyuki, who started talking and discussing different ideas and discrepancies in certain weapon martial art moves that Sora was creating, which led to the two of them starting to train Sora together, polishing and improving anything they saw or came up with from the vast experience they both had in combat, creating something that even they could only describe as really dangerous. Not realizing that, Sora had to go through long and hard training, even going late into the night on weekdays the week when Sora had the final exams. But Sora didn't care or complain. He was too immersed in the training to complain or notice small things. He was too focused on taking advantage of this opportunity to be trained by two of the most experienced and powerful people he knew. What Sora didn't know was that Musasha and Hiroyuki could be considered as two of the 10 strongest humans of the time, and Sora did the right thing in taking advantage and valuing the time with the two. And all that was leading to Sora's current tired state all week of exams. Even today, the last day of the course. Well, Judd, what are your plans for today? Don't you remember? It's the day the mocks are having a tryout to hire someone. Ah, that thing was today, huh? Judd, you really want to get into that mess. If you're asked by the mocks, you know it's going to be some kind of business. Let's call it erotic. Do you really want to be in on that kind of thing? It doesn't have to be. The mocks also has the bitch clothing line. Maybe they need help too. Judd, you know better than that. They're looking for people who know about tech and code. If I had to guess, for starters, they're going to ask you to edit BDS for the time being. When the person they choose has enough experience, they'll probably order you to start making new BDS from mock-stole memories and work exclusively with the mocks. In the meantime, you would stay in some basement making porn BDS. Your only friends and acquaintances would be the dolls around. Do you really want that? When Judy heard what Sora said, she froze for a moment, immersed in thought, imagining the life Sora had described. This made Judy's skin crawl with goosebumps. Not knowing why, but feeling that this hypothetical future was probable. When Judy finished imagining that grim future, she stared at Sora. How did you do that? Besides, you're a bit of a bastard, aren't you? Ha ha ha. Why do you say that? Why do I say that? I've been excited all week about the idea of getting Eddies and finally being able to collaborate on our prototypes, until a second ago when you opened your mouth. Shit, I don't know how you did it, but I got goosebumps imagining it. But why do you think I would care about making porn BDS? I'm a lot tougher than you think. Ha ha. I don't doubt that. I know if you put your mind to it, you would be the best in the city. But knowing you like I know you now, I would say it would be difficult at first. Since erotic things make you nervous. I speak from experience and that we did almost nothing. What are you saying? You shameless. I wasn't nervous. Yeah, sure. Whatever you say. So, have you thought about what you're going to do? I don't know. I'm at least going to go to the test. If it's like you said and it's just editing videos, I don't think I'll mind so much. Besides, I could get money this summer while I'm working from our apartment. I mean, in your apartment. Judy, realizing her little mistake, turned away in embarrassment, avoiding Sora's smile at her slip-up with the apartment. Sora, seeing Judy's reaction, his smile widened. He got up and hugged her from behind, finding an opening with which to mess with her. What are you doing in the middle of class? You pervert. Can't you see that everyone is watching us? I don't care. You know that. Besides, I thought you were cute when you called it our apartment. Said Sora, whispering in Judy's ear, who couldn't stand the stares from the rest of the students in the class along with Sora's whispers without turning her face totally red, making her struggle in Sora's embrace out of embarrassment. Haha, just this and you're already this nervous. Imagine how you'll be when you have to edit porn videos in front of all the mocks. That's different. Bastard. They're not you. said the nervous Judy, almost whispering the end. I know, said Sora, releasing Judy from his embrace, but not before giving her a kiss on the cheek. Which, when the rest of the students saw, some of the boys in the class whistled while others looked at him with eyes of complicity, while the girls looked at Judy, some with joy and interest in their eyes and others with envy. Since the events with Ishii and his expulsion, Sora and Judy's classmates have had a drastic change in their school life for the better, coming to thank Sora for it and changing their perception of Sora. Before these events, the other students only thought of Sora as an apathetic boy who didn't interact with almost anyone in the high school. Although it was known that Sora had been able to clean out the entire high school kendo club, the other students did not think that the lethargic boy who spent his classes staring out the window or only interacting with Judy was capable of such a thing. Witnessing for themselves what happened and how Sora acted, going so far as to cut Ishii's hand off when he had threatened him earlier that he would do so if he touched Judy. For most of the guys, it was a shocking and awesome moment, as they themselves had seen or been a victim of Ishii's abuse at some point in their high school life and had fantasized many times about going up against Ishii as Sora did. But they never dared to do it. It was a really amazing moment. They had even talked about it with their friends from other classes, telling what really happened and how he did it. But those few conversations could not compare to the rumor-spreading power generated by the Minimoxes. But even so, there was a change in Sora's classmates, who seemed to be more attentive to Sora, looking at him and if he was looking at them when they entered the class, greeting him, waiting for Sora to do the same and greet them back, and some of them, especially the ones younger than Sora, getting nervous when he looked at them. This puzzled and amused Sora a lot during the few waking hours he spent at the high school. Judy, released from Sora's embrace, sat back in her seat, still a little embarrassed. Seriously, what are you going to do? Asked Sora. I don't know. I guess I'll have to decide after the test. If it's just editing videos, maybe I'll do it. But if it's something else, I don't know. I don't want to get into something I can't get out of, but I'm really looking forward to being able to get Eddies. I know it's kind of silly, but I understand. Well, whatever you decide, I'll be here to support you, okay? Yes, thank you. That means a lot to me, Judy said as a smile broke out on her face. But that was quickly erased as Judy changed her expression, wanting to tell Sora about the rumor she had heard around the high school about what had happened with Ishii. Just what Sora didn't want to happen. But Judy was hesitant. She didn't want to worry Sora, and in a way she liked the rumor better, so neither Sora's name nor hers appeared anywhere, which made Judy feel better than in the version where only Sora was mentioned. Sora, who saw Judy's expression as if she wanted to tell him something important, just waited patiently for her to get ready to tell him. When Judy finally made up her mind and opened her mouth, determined to tell Sora, someone entered the classroom, calling Sora to talk to him. He interrupted Judy. It was Caesar, the class supervisor. Sora, I need to talk to you outside for a moment, Caesar said with a smile. Sora nodded and got up, but before following Caesar out of class, he turned to Judy. I'll be right back and you tell me whatever is on your mind, okay? To which Judy nodded her head, still somewhat annoyed by Caesar's interruption. Sora walked out of class following Caesar, while Judy remained sitting in her seat and a person approached her shortly after Sora left. Well, Caesar, what do you want to talk about? Asked Sora. How are your exams going? I figured you and Judy would have no problems. But this week you seemed tired and fell asleep shortly after the exam started. Is everything going well, Sora? Asked Caesar, trying to open a banal conversation. Yes, everything is fine. But seriously, what is it you wanted to talk to me about, Caesar? Asked Sora. Do you have plans for this afternoon? Asked Caesar. What? Asked Sora, surprised. I'm sorry, Caesar, I'm a little disgusted and flattered by your proposal, but I'm only interested in women. Hey. No. Wait, that's, Caesar started to say, nervously, in case someone had heard Sora's joke. Ha ha ha. It's a joke, man. Don't get mad. What's wrong? What, for a fireman, do they turn off your sense of humor or what? You damn bastard. You know that kind of joke isn't funny to a school supervisor. Well, neither does saying things like what are your plans for this afternoon? To a student, said Sora, imitating Caesar's tone. Caesar, somewhat exasperated by Sora's continuous teasing, began to lose patience and regret asking about some of Sora's time. Well, Are you free or not? Asked Caesar. Ha ha ha, yeah, I'm free. Sora said it's really kind of sad, but Sora, he didn't have any plans for the end of school afternoon. His grandfather had been nervous yesterday because of a supposed meeting with someone important who wouldn't tell Sora who it was. His uncle Hiroyuki also had work at the networked offices in NC, and Judy had her test with the mocks, which left Sora with his grandmother Aoi and Iko waiting for him at home. But since you're the one asking me out, how about we go to Tom's diner? You buy me some sweets, like a real pedo would do, and we complete the plan. I'm hungry. I don't know why, but I'm eating more lately. I think it's because I'm growing up. I would love some pancakes. Come on, man, these things have to come from you, not from your chosen target. You have a lot to learn if you want to be a good predator. PHFFF. Grchich. Growled Caesar, who by now had lost the will to even speak, exasperated and regretful of his decision to talk to Sora. It was another joke. Man. Don't get mad. Ha ha ha. While Sora was still joking with Caesar, the rest of the students had finished packing up their things to leave the high school for the last time before their summer break. Among the students who left the class, there was Judy together with Selena Q and the rest of the Minimocs of the class. They seemed to have prepared to leave together to go to the place where the mocks tryout was going to be held. Sora kept looking at Judy, searching if she still had the same expression, wanting to tell him something important, but to Sora's surprise, it was no longer there. Instead, Judy seemed to have an almost guilty expression, as if someone had convinced her to keep quiet about whatever she was going to say. Oi. Jud all right? Sora asked, disturbed by the change. Eh? Yes, all good. Sora. Judy replied, almost with a guilty tone in her voice. Sure. Didn't you want to tell me something? Asked Sora again, not convinced by Judy's answer. Hey, didn't you hear her? She already told you she was fine. Stop stalking her. Interrupted Selena, the head of the Minimocs. Stalking? First of all, did I address you, Selena? No, right? So shut up. Sora replied, annoyed by Selena's foolish accusation, not realizing why but knowing that the sudden change in Judy was due to this woman and that bothered him. What the hell? You know who you're telling to shut up. Sora. There's really nothing wrong with me. It was nothing important, really. Well, we're leaving now. We don't have time. I'll call you when I'm done, okay? Yes. With those words Judy took away, pushing a pissed-off Selene who was still looking at Sora intensely. A Sora who was still upset about what had happened. So much so that he contacted his best pal. Meanwhile at Sora's house, Aoi was happily and calmly sitting on the couch in the living room, enjoying her well-deserved alone time after the hard week that she had to endure, with her house full of noises and with the smell of sweat everywhere because of the damn training that the two troglodytes they were living with were doing, and if that wasn't enough, they had invited one more that invaded her beautiful house, even sleeping on the couch. During the week they were training Sora. Why couldn't Hanako-sama have a girl instead of the troglodyte I live with? Aoi said out loud, while drinking her special tea, that she hid it at home so that no one would spend it apart from her. It was a major Japanese-made tea, one of the greatest treasures Aoi had, and that she liked to enjoy to calm herself down when she was alone. When Aoi was finally relaxing, all of a sudden, bam! She heard a loud noise from Sora's room upstairs. A few seconds later, a noisy and almost crazed Iko quickly went down the stairs, moving his paws too much. Because of the lack of friction they were generating by moving so fast, because of his euphoric state, when he went down the stairs, he kept running in a straight line towards the exit of the apartment without caring about what was in between, which would be the sofa, the table with Aoi's beloved tea set and Aoi herself. Iko just ran out and jumped over the sofa and Aoi but landed on the table, which made her tremble and with it through all the tea sets that Aoi had prepared and was perplexed by what was happening. Iko, after jumping, did not stop there. He went to the door and stared at the electric lock as if it was sending him information, to which soon the door of the house opened and Iko, who had managed to open the door into the hallway of the building, went running to the stairs and began to go down them at full speed, as if someone had sent him a goal and he was not willing to stop. Leaving an Aoi, what the hell happened? When Sora comes, I hope he has an explanation or else I'll hold him responsible for all of this. Mighty, that damn dog. In the high school of Watson, in the workers' parking lot. Is this really your car? What the hell, man? To go in this, let's take the subway," said Sora, pointing to Caesar's reddish-brown Thortungalina G240. "What? Do you also have some joke with the car, or do you prefer a suspicious van? Besides, what do you expect from a school supervisor? A freaking Quadra-type 2066. Get in and shut up until we get there. You're giving me a headache. That's one of the effects I produce in people. Do you know what the other one is?" Sora asked jokingly, giving no break, to a Caesar who was really starting to get a real headache after only having endured Sora for 5 minutes as they walked out of the high school to the parking lot. Caesar knew Sora liked to tease him from the interactions he had had before, but this was more than he thought. What Caesar didn't know is that Sora wasn't doing it on purpose either. It was almost a mechanism when something bothered or worried him. To keep his mind busy talking nonsense or joking too much, and it could become really annoying. Caesar looked at Sora tiredly in the form of a response, Sora catching the look. "Okay, I'll shut up, but I control the radio," he said animatedly, as if he didn't care much about Caesar's tired expression and headache, in contrast to his statement that he was going to shut up as he got into the car. Giving Caesar a second of peace when Sora got in the car, which Caesar used to take a long breath of air, releasing its sign to calm himself down. I forgot." Which he didn't get to finish, with Sora's head suddenly popping up, interrupting his failed attempt to relax, jumping out of the car again and heading towards the trunk. "I forgot to put my herb away. I don't want to carry it around everywhere I go," Sora said as he started to open the trunk of the car without asking. Alarmed Caesar, who, bam, closed the trunk before it opened, forcefully making noise as he did so. "Carry it in the back," said Caesar with a serious expression, stepping in front of Sora as he closed the trunk of the car. Sora laughed. "Caesar, what are you carrying that you don't want me to see? Duct tape and string? I thought you were improvising, but I see you have it more under control than I thought you would," said Sora, joking again without changing his expression, trying to lighten the mood, since Caesar was looking at him seriously, without reacting, as if whatever he had inside the trunk wasn't funny for the face he was making. "Damn it, Caesar. Now you are starting to look really suspicious to me. I don't want to accuse you of being a pedo, because it would break the joke, but what are you carrying there?" Sora paused before continuing that, although he hadn't seen anything, he had smelled it when he got into the car, a more superficial smell in his memory, but the same smell, making him want to check the trunk. A pile of guns or what? It was the smell of gunpowder and the metallic scent of firearms, which Sora was more than familiar with after the whole week of training. With a slight change in Caesar's expression, due to the comment Sora had said, looking like Sora was right, Caesar finally spoke up, saying, "It's my backup plan. Now get in. You can control the radio," as he walked away from the trunk and into his car. "TCH. Now I don't want to," Sora said reluctantly and somewhat childishly to Caesar as he climbed into the car as well. Meanwhile, outside the high school, the minis along with Judy were climbing into a van painted in MOX colors, which would take them to the tryout site. Driving was Susie Q, Selena's older sister and one of the leaders of the mocks in the game. When Judy got in, she greeted Susie. "Oh, so you're Judy. My sister has told me a lot about you. He. You got her a little crazy behind you. Huh? He, said Susie, looking at Judy. Sister. Selena yells. What's the matter? For God's sake. It's 2069, sis. No one cares what gender you like. It's best to be honest and blurt it out fast to the person who's interested. Right. Susie said, looking at Judy. Hey, I don't know, Judy said, uncomfortable. She has a boyfriend, sis, Selena clarified. EHHH? You never told me. Shit, I better shut my mouth, Susie said. After that no one spoke, creating a really uncomfortable atmosphere for Judy, Selena, and her older sister Susie, who had generated it by talking too much. But in contrast, it couldn't have been more entertaining and fun for the other minis. For Judy, if she didn't have Sora as a childhood friend and boyfriend, that hypothetical Judy would have reacted differently, finding out how Selena felt, possibly even coming to like knowing that someone was interested in her and not feeling so alone in Night City. But the actual Judy made her feel tricked and like a complete idiot, realizing that all the criticism and bad attitude Selena had towards Sora was not as unbiased and her friendly attitude was not as disinterested as Judy thought it was. Even going so far as to do the idiotic thing of listening to Selena and not telling Sora what was bothering her about the rumor that had generated the minis, with what had happened with Ishii. Now knowing that Selena was not the impartial friend she thought, getting angry at Selena and herself in the process. Meanwhile, Selena, sitting in the passenger seat, had turned from time to time to look at Judy, trying to see how she had reacted to learning of her feelings for her, wishing they were reciprocated by Judy, wishing she would forget about that hateful Sora. However, against her wishes, Selena felt the rejection and anger in the sharp look Judy was giving her. Selena, hurt by Judy's gaze, began to look at her sister, the cause of the whole mess, with a look similar to Judy's, full of anger and resentment towards her older sister for having spoken too much and revealed her feelings in public, creating the current awkward situation. The tension between the three girls became palpable, creating a chain of uncomfortable glances. Susie, who was driving, couldn't take her eyes off the road but was aware of her sister Selena's gaze. The other minis, sitting in the back of the van, in contrast, were still giggling and looking amused at the three girls, oblivious to the tension and uneasiness in the air. Since we're on our way, can I ask what the test is about and what we're going to do?" asked Judy after sighing and trying to change her current bad mood. "Well, I wouldn't have to say anything so that all of you participating are on equal footing. But I can tell you this. We are looking for people who are talented with BDs. The higher-ups think it's a rising business and want to take a cut. So would the person who is chosen," Susie said, looking in the rearview mirror at Judy, who had asked. Judy, when she heard that TCH, without realizing it, thought, in the end Sora was right, Judy thought. "Something bothering you?" asked Susie, seeing Judy's reaction. "Eh? No, it's nothing. Just remembering something," Judy replied, excusing herself. When they arrived, all the minis exited the van near the warehouse section of the Vista del Rey subdistrict in Haywood, which was centrally located between the rest of the districts of Santo Domingo, Westbrook, and Watson. "Well, girls, this is as far as I go. It was agreed that this business would be undertaken by the next generation of mocks, so minis get along with your sisters from other high schools. Got it? I don't want any fuss. Besides, sis, show them who's boss. It's important to make a good impression, you hear me?" "Yes, sister," said Selena, who was still annoyed with her sister, but that was personal and now she had to act as the head of the minis of Watson's high school. "Well, girls, be careful today, and Judy, I hope this is not the last time we see each other. Good luck on the tryout," said Susie as she remounted in the van without waiting for a response from Judy, to which Judy had no intention of answering either, because after knowing how Selena felt, the whole image Judy had of Selena as a friend had crumbled, making her reevaluate all the interaction she had had with Selena, realizing that most of her advice in the end was for her benefit and interest, such as to keep quiet and not to say anything to Sora, because of the possibility that Sora would refuse to leave her alone, and the criticism towards him was because of her jealousy. Realizing this, all Judy wanted was to get out of there regardless of work and go back to Sora's apartment and work together on their project. Even if she has to take on a job as a waitress if necessary to get some money to contribute, she will not give up her desire to help in the project with Sora, but not like this, after finding out that the test and job offer were as Sora had said and the disappointment of discovering the truth about Selena. Judy came to the realization that she didn't need any of that. She wasn't that hypothetical lonely, affection-seeking Judy who would get dragged into this kind of life, looking for a place to belong in Night City, trying to fill the void of her loneliness locked up in her shell, ending up in a dark basement as Sora had said, who, unbeknownst to him, had created a shocking image in Judy's mind when he told her about that possible future as the Mox's expert in BDs. Judy. She was not that girl anymore. She no longer felt lonely, and she already had her place in NC. She no longer needed to force herself to create pornographic BDS, which in one way or another could affect the creator by being exposed to the continuous assembly and testing of the sensations transmitted by the BDS. She already had a dream job working alongside Sora in their own company. Still, Judy had said she was going to participate, so she was determined to get this over with quickly, get out of there, and get back to her favorite place that Sora's apartment had become for her. Well, let's go. As the minis and Judy started moving to go to one of the warehouses owned by the Mox, where the test would take place, they didn't realize that there were several vans that had been following them since they left the high school. 20 minutes later. In the Tom's Dinner restaurant, the sound of people eating and talking could be heard throughout the room, along with the sound of plates coming and going from the hands of the waiters waitresses. Chomp, 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 gulp. Someone was chewing noisily, which, thanks to the noise of the other customers, was not so noticeable. Slurp. I need another drink, please, said Sora to Tom. Another shake coming up, replied Tom, the restaurant owner behind the bar, although Sora didn't know if his name was really Tom. For Sora, the owner obviously had to be named Tom from Tom's Diner. Caesar watched Sora with bewilderment as Sora continued to eat without worrying about his stares. Sora, do you have a grudge against me? Did I do something to make you hate me? Caesar said, referring to the third plate of pancakes that Sora was eating along with a half-dozen shakes, waiting for Caesar to pay in some form of punishment. I don't know what you're talking about, Caesar, but if I had to say one, how about for your foolishness of gunning down Ishii because the asshole was late, starting all that shitstorm? How about that? Who? So it's my fault that you ended up cutting off his hand? Eh? Of course it is. If it wasn't for your foolishness of gunning him down, that wouldn't have happened. What were you thinking? Chico, I did it for a reason. The only thing I didn't think completely about was the place and the time. In that you're right, I made a mistake, and that is why we are here to apologize for it. And what would be the reason behind doing that foolish thing? Even if Ishii had confessed in front of the whole class, it was no use with your gun pointed at him. I already know that. I'm not an idiot. I wanted him to confront me that he would feel insulted. Knowing Ishii's personality, I was hoping he would confront me outside the institute and hopefully while doing so he would brag about what he did to Daniel. And if he did, I could record it with Dash Your Eyes, Sora interjected. Yes. Have you noticed? Hee. Looks like they're not as 100% identical to my original eyes as they were sold to me. They're like the ones lawyers use. As Sora listened to Caesar, he nodded his head as he continued eating, understanding why Caesar's eyes looked strange to him when he saw them upon returning to the high school, even though it was an identical replica of Caesar's eyes. Sora only looked strange to him because it reminded him a bit of the feeling of being recorded. Well, a shitty plan, I have to say, but I guess not much better than your plan B either. Sora said, referring to the trunk full of weapons Caesar was hiding in his car. Yeah, like I care about a teenager's opinion about my plans. Chico, don't think that because I said I would invite you, you can eat at the restaurant. What do you think a damn supervisor earns? Damn it. As you keep ordering, don't think, I'm not going to run out and leave you to see how you manage paying the bill, Chico, said Caesar, annoyed and wanting to change the subject. Chomp, actually I wouldn't mind that much, Sora said with a nonchalant tone as he continued eating. I have more than enough money to pay this kind of bill and thousands more. Aren't you a street kid? Asked Caesar in disbelief. I thought so since you were in public high school, but one can't tell just by looking at the cover, huh? Well, the Eddies I'm talking about is mine. No one gave it to me. As for my family, yes, as you imply, they have some money, but I guess my mother didn't want me to be raised in that kind of privileged environment, although I have to admit I really like my house. Your mother wanted that? Asked Caesar with surprise. That's crazy. I knew a mother who would have given anything to send her son to that kind of academy. Caesar paused for a moment, remembering old times, before adding with some surprise. Anyway, I'm surprised that you left Judy alone with the minis. Why do you say so? Said Sora as he continued eating. I think she's better off with them. If Ishii were to do something, I'd rather Judy not be present. Sora, haven't you heard about the rumor that has spread throughout the institute? Caesar said, surprising Sora and making what was bothering him since he was separated from Judy change to an uneasy feeling in Sora. Seeing Sora's reaction, Caesar continued, the minis, contrary to what you told them, started to say that it had been them that had laughed at Ishii, ending up with their hand cut off when he pulled out a gun in class. I thought you knew. Sora, listening to Caesar without wasting time, tried to communicate with Judy, without success, to know the place of the test and to be able to go to accompany her, making Sora's feeling of uneasiness grow until something changed. When Sora seemed to receive some kind of call or message to his IDN, it was from Eco, and when Sora saw it, He was frozen in his seat, making him, without realizing it, grab with force the table where they were sitting, and with every second that passed, his expression was darkening and becoming colder, getting to disconcert and worry Caesar, who was sitting in front of him witnessing all these changes in Sora's state, which did not stop there. Chash! With the sound of a part of the table where they were being crushed by Sora's hands, altered by whatever he was seeing, shocked Caesar, who had gone from bewildered to surprised by what he just saw, unable to understand how a 14-year-old boy had just smashed a part of the table with his hand in front of him. While Caesar was surprised and frightened. Sora's mind was in chaos because of Iko's last video. After watching it, Sora was in a state similar to a shock, with a mixture of fear because of the sudden memories that assaulted his mind about the nightmares he had been having and with a feeling of hatred so big that he was starting to find it hard to breathe, almost feeling like it was strangling his neck. While Sora's brain was processing all this, he couldn't hear Caesar, who was talking to him with a worried expression, asking him what was happening and if it was right. But Sora couldn't hear anything. He was in a mute world as if everything around him was underwater. The only thing Sora could think of was the last fragment of the video Iko had sent him before it was abruptly cut off. On Judy's desperate, fear-filled face while Ishii grabbed her by the hair and dragged her away. Inside Sora's head something changed again, filtering the ambient noise and in turn boosting it so that Sora could hear something specific happening near the restaurant. Remember to leave the boy alive. We can beat the shit out of him according to Ishii, but let him be alive. The old man is the one we have to catch. If he resists, we can kill him. Japanese, said the voice of a young but overage man, who seemed to be the leader of the group of 3 men who were speaking Japanese outside the restaurant. What do we do with the people inside? We can hurt someone if things go wrong, said the one who looked the youngest of the 3 and with a still teenage voice. Don't be a pussy. If so, better. More will be said of the tigers about this day from now on in the city. Jap, said the 3rd man, who, from his voice, sounded the same age as the first one. Okay, the 2 of us in front, you in the back. We give you 8s and we go in, raining bullets. Understood. Jap, said the one who looked like the leader of the 3. Yes. Jap, answered again the youngest and the one who seemed to have more reluctance to what they were going to do. When Sora finished listening, his muted world returned to normal and he could think clearly again, as if something had ordered his mind in chaos. Sora centered his gaze on Caesar, who just realized that Sora had recovered and was now staring at him, allowing Caesar to see how little by little Sora's eyes changed, being able to see in front of him how a ring formed around Sora's iris, and when it finished forming, the circle began to glow with a bright light. The circle began to glow with an intimidating light blue, adding to the current expression that Sora was making, which was beginning to leak such hatred and murderous intent that it made Caesar in front of Sora now the one who was paralyzed, having tremors and being unable to move. Moments before, when Sora's world returned to normal, he felt as if something inside him had broken, as if the hatred he was feeling towards Ishii and the tigers had broken the little that was left inside Sora that prevented him from killing someone. But now, Sora came to the realization that today, it would be the first time in his 2 lives that he was going to kill someone, and not only was he going to kill Ishii, Sora wanted to kill them all. But first Sora had to take care of something. Caesar, the gun, spoke Sora with a cold tone to a Caesar who was still paralyzed by Sora's stare. What? Replied Caesar without knowing what was going on. Give me the gun you carry on your right hip. How do you know the weapon? Shouted Sora angrily, alarming and silencing all the customers in the restaurant, who stared at Sora and Caesar, who didn't argue anymore and unwillingly followed Sora's instructions, handing him his gun, a customized Tsunami Nu with a muzzle brake on the barrel and a laser under it. When Sora took the gun, he got up from the table, raised his scarf, saying active set 1, lighting up some more on his scarf, and raised the gun towards the entrance of the restaurant, and just when he did, everybody get down on the ground and all hands in the dash, which they didn't get to finish before Sora interrupted them by opening fire. Bam, bam, Blyat. Shooting at the 2 guns that had just entered the restaurant, causing them to slip out of the hands of the 2 tigers, who had stood in the doorway of the restaurant surprised and without their guns. Sora did not stop there. Bam bam When, without blinking, he opened fire again twice, one in the knee of one of them and the other in the elbow of the other, almost blowing it off, hoping to do as much damage as possible. Sora, before the 2 tigers fell to the ground, turned to the other door of the restaurant without pointing his gun at the tiger cubs, who looked to be about Sora's age and was shivering in the doorframe after witnessing what had happened to his older companions. "Grab one of them and follow me," said Sora, still with an arctic tone in his voice, turning around and grabbing by the shoulder the tiger who had almost blown off his elbow. The tiger cub boy, who was with his gun in his hands, did not dare to disobey the current Sora, for fear of ending up like his companions, entered the restaurant and, as he had been ordered, grabbed the other of his companions and followed Sora behind him. Just as Sora was about to leave, he turned to the people in the restaurant and, looking at each of them, said, "Nobody follow me. Stay calm in your seats. This includes you too, Caesar." With those words, Sora walked out while taking out one of the tigers that had tried to storm the restaurant. After Sora left, the rest of the people in the restaurant remained in complete silence without moving, not wanting to disobey the boy who, although he had just saved them from an armed assault, also made them feel oppressed by the sharp look, without human empathy, in his bright eyes as they rested on each of them, and intimidated by all the hatred he tried to contain, with no success, in his cold voice. Making everyone who would hear him and look into his eyes listen to their instincts, screaming that it would be better to follow the boy's words. All the customers, along with the restaurant staff, a few seconds after they left, began to share glances among them, and especially at Caesar, who had been accompanying the crazy boy who had just left, looking for an explanation for what had just happened. But all that was interrupted when they began to hear screams of pain outside the restaurant, and they were not just screams. Bam, 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 bam. Hearing half a dozen shots and 2 loud screams later, leaving the people with a pale face, imagining what the boy who had saved them would be doing to the assailants, from what they were hearing. Meanwhile, Caesar was still trying to make sense of what had just happened. He had recognized 2 of the 3 assailants, one a former student of the Institute and the youngest a current one, giving him the feeling that the second before Sora opened fire, taking away their weapons, they were looking at him, as if he was their target. After hearing the screams and gunshots, they made Caesar focus. He got up and prepared to go towards the screams. When he arrived, Caesar was speechless at what he saw. Sora was gone, but the 3 tigers were there, or what was left of them. What happened? Caesar said to the only conscious one of the 3 tigers, the youngest. "He asked us where Ishii was. He said that if we didn't answer, we would end up worse than the guy from RoboCop. I didn't understand what he was referring to, but..." Seconds before, Sora threw roughly the tiger, whom he was holding by the shoulder, against an old garbage container in one of the alleys near Tom's diner, causing the tiger cub, who was carrying his other injured companion, to also carefully set him down on the ground leaning against the same dumpster. "I don't have time to waste, so tell me quickly where Ishii is, or I swear you'll end up worse than the guy from RoboCop the original, not the crap remake. I promise," said Sora, making a reference that he knew they wouldn't catch, but it was the one that best described what Sora had in mind for them. "Piss off, you bastard. Do you know what Ishii or his father would do to us if we told you something? Do you know what Ishii has become this week? Ha ha ha, I know what you did to him, but I'll tell you whatever you can be. I repeat, where is Ish 3, or that won't be the only limb you lose," said Sora, who shot again at the same already injured knee of the team leader, now blowing it off. "Teach, at this rate you're not going to last," said Sora, annoyed by the speed at which he was losing blood from the tiger who just blew his leg from the knee down. Sora walked over to the dumpster they were leaning against and gave a hard kick to one of the rusty parts of the dumpster, breaking it and causing several trash bags to fall out. "You open them." Sora pointed at the tiger kid, who had turned pale and was shivering in fear at what he was seeing and afraid of ending up like this. "Do it," Sora said, making the boy react with a scream, who crouched down and quickly started to dig through the garbage bags, not wanting to get shot like his companions, not knowing what to look for either. When he opened one and rummaged around a bit, Sora said, "Next," and the boy opened another bag and repeated the process, until... "Jackpot," said Sora as he pulled down his mask that was still lit up, demonstrating a wild grin when he saw a few used syringes. "Most likely from some junkie. Asen only told me about the theory of acupuncture, the pressure points and puncturing veins to cut bleeding. I've never tried it. So this might hurt, but the important thing is the practice, right?" "Heh. How nice of you, Ark. TCH, you guys are lucky," Sora said as he grabbed the syringes, and in his vision a holographic acupuncture map was displayed. approaching the two injured tigers as he smiled, who, when they saw Sora's expression, were starting to underestimate Ishii's insanity, seeing and hearing the blue-eyed boy in front of them. This all ended when Sora got his answer, after 5 more shots. Present. When the boy of the same age as Sora, who was without any wounds and only scared, seriously rethinking his life as a tiger after what he had seen, finished barely telling what had happened. Caesar was still in disbelief, looking with incredulity in his eyes at what was left of the 2 tigers, who were barely breathing, and how the boy he knew, called Sora, had been able to torture them, blowing off both legs of one and both arms of the other while he was sticking syringes in their arms and thighs to cut the bleeding so they wouldn't bleed to death. "Where the hell are you, Sora?" As Caesar thought that, he suddenly heard a car alarm, which sounded familiar, although he had only heard it once, when he bought his car. Shit. Reacting again when he realized it, Caesar took off running, following the sound of the alarm blaring nearby. He arrived in front of a reddish-brown Thornton Galena G240, with the trunk open.
And that concludes this episode. If you enjoyed it, I'd seriously love it if you guys could leave a like on the video, as it genuinely helps out so much, and it keeps me going, plus it takes only 1 second. That said, have a wonderful day. See you in the next one.